God, no, seriously? All right. Well, shoot. Now I'm going to do this. No, I guess we're going to do it like this tonight. Yeah. We're going to do a vertical string. I tell you, I hate sometimes the way things work. But we can do it. Vertical strings are actually pretty popular nowadays. We're going to do a vertical string. By the way, guys, I don't have a fire. Our wood's wet. Ryan's out there trying to get one going. We're going to do a vertical string. Test something new. Thank you so much for joining us. Fireside Chat. And trying to get things going. Yeah, my phone literally decided to do an update about 20 minutes ago. It's my streaming phone. So, anyways, here we go. Welcome to the 28th of the Fireside Chat. You'll see a cat running up here. Hey, dog, where's my holly girl? Anyway, something I want to start out. I know I've got like 7 of you guys here. I'm looking at chat because that's about the only way I can see chat because I can't see it. It's too small up there. Something has been just kind of gnawing at me for the last couple Fireside Chats, and I know I threw it out there a few chats ago. And I asked everybody what they thought about doing a prayer. And I really, hey Jana, welcome in. And it has been weighing on me quite a bit, and I've decided that Fireside Chats, including Chases, I need, why are you wanting to pin everything? Quit pinning everything. That I need to open up with prayer. Not just because I'm a Christian thing. It's because it's been what's laid in my heart. And there are some things going on in my life right now that I cannot explain, and I'm not going to try it. But we all need prayer. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you think you need. You know, this may not be for everybody. This is me speaking from my heart. I have some things I want to share, some scripture. We're going to talk about weather. Don't get me wrong. We're going to go there because we just had one heck of a chase last week. Last week seems so far away. 2 weeks ago, that I want to share with you the thought process of all of that. But I want to share something with you. Hey Jesse, welcome in everybody. We've got the most people we've ever had in here opening up. There's 11 of us, got 7 likes. That's awesome. But I want to open up first of all in prayer. So if you'd like to join me, you don't have to. It's cool. I'm good. This is for me more than anything. But I want you to take what I'm about to share with you, and I want you to think about it when I get there. Okay? And then after that, we'll go and talk about weather and all kinds of craziness going on. I threw this stream together because basically my inner being said I needed to do it. Ryan is outside trying to get a fire going right now. Our wood is so wet, and if he gets one going, I would be extremely surprised. But he's trying. I asked him to do it, and he said, yes, I'll try. So good going, Ryan. But anyway, so let's open up with prayer. Let's go there first and just see where it goes. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this night. Father, I thank you for the folks in this stream. I thank you for allowing me to be able to do this and to be able to serve you in a greater way. And Father, I know that I have personally failed you of late, and that I am truly sorry for that. Father, I thank you for each and every person that is in here, that ever watches this stream, that it would somehow enlighten them and make their path a whole lot easier. Father, I pray for those that are in need, whatever they may be. Father, there are folks in here that do believe in you. And I'm praying that this will take off and set fire, because this is a fireside chat. Wherever you guide us, wherever you direct us, lead us not into temptation, but into everlasting life. In Jesus' name, amen. Now, hey, Ethan, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Why? This thing is going crazy. Anyway, we're doing a vertical because I forgot to set it horizontal. It's all right. It's all cool. Huh? What? Oh, I can't, honey. Hello, Angel. Hello, everybody. Hello, 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 hello. For some reason, my phone wants to pin everything. We got 20 folks in here. I don't know what's going on. Technology is not my friend, guys. No. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. What do you need, honey? Doing a timeout. Timeout. Bring it here. Because I literally, this thing won't. What are we doing? What's the matter?
It's not usually like that.
I know, it's because I forgot to set the stream to horizontal. So you get to look at it like that. Now, if you want to see the chat. Oh, wrong one. There's your chat.
I know, but I don't like that way.
I can't help it. It's the way I did it. You can lay it. You can do it vertical. Yeah. I know. It's going to bother a lot of folks. Guys, I don't normally stream vertical. I usually stream things horizontal. I was in a hurry. This is what happens when you get in a hurry. But I want to share something with you that was really brought to my attention. And it was brought to my attention tonight because of the situation that I'm in. I need your prayers. It's major, but it's nothing that I'm going to get into. This is not the place for that. But I want to share something with you. Going? Okay, I'll give it about 30 more minutes. I want that thing going.
Oh, it's going.
Good. All right.
Well, it's going good.
All right. So I want to share. Hey, Annie, you guys are awesome in here. So I'm going to jump out of chat because it's on this phone. If I can find it, because I did it earlier. Bear with me just a second. Oh, and it didn't say that. All right. So now I got to go find it. Okay. I'm going to read this to you. And I want you to listen. Oh, there's a problem. No. This phone is really acting up after that last little deal. But I want to read this to you, and we're going to do a little Bible study, and then we're going to go talk about weather, because we had a really cool coming on our way home the other day, and I want to explain it to everybody. But I want to read this to you. It's kind of a little Bible study, nothing major, but I want you to think about yourself, where you're at. This, like I said, this stream, this one may not be for you. If it's not, I'm cool with it. Just don't beat me up too bad. But I want to share this with you. This is John 11, chapter 11. Whoops, where'd it go? I'm trying. Hang on, I got to get back to the beginning. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me okay? Do I need to be up here? You can't hear me, honey?
Not really. I don't have my speaker on
Well, why not?
because you're in here talking,
Oh,
and I don't want it echoing.
oh, okay. All right. That's cool. And I'm really not trying to be like a Debbie Downer here. This is coming from my heart. I want people to understand one thing. And I learned this is a very near and dear scripture to me that was literally just dropped in there, and I was like, okay, I gotta share it with you guys. So this is John 11. So you got a Bible, open it up, knock the dust cobwebs out. This is about the death of Lazarus, and a lot of folks miss the meaning of that scripture because it's not even very deep. I mean, you could take it as deep as you want to go with it, and you could study every word line for line. But the thing is there's a message in this, and somebody needs to hear this message. I know I heard it tonight loud and clear. That's why I'm doing this. I'm just following orders, guys. So I'm going to read it to you. Now, a man named Lazarus was sick. He was from Bethany, and I'm reading out of the New International Version. He was born from Bethany, a village of Mary and her sister Martha. This Mary, whose brother Lazarus now lay sick, was in the same one who poured perfume on the Lord and wiped his feet with her hair, setting the stage, setting the scene. So the sisters sent word to Jesus, Lord, the one you love is sick. When he heard this, Jesus said, this sickness will not end in death. No, it is for God's glory, so that God's Son may be glorified through it. Now, Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. So when he heard that Lazarus was sick, he stayed where he was 2 more days. And then he said to his disciples, let's go back to Judea. But Rabbi, they said, a short while ago, the Jews there tried to stone you, and you're going back? Jesus answered, are there not 12 hours of daylight? Anyone who walks in the daytime will not stumble, for they see by this world's light. It is when a person walks at night that they stumble, for they have no light. After he had said this, he went on to tell them, our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I am going there to wake him up. His disciples replied, Lord, if he sleeps, he will get better. Jesus had been speaking of his death. So when he told him plainly, had been speaking of his death, but the disciples thought he meant natural sleep. So when he told them plainly, Lazarus is dead, and for your sake I am glad I was not there, so that you may believe, but let us go to him. Then Thomas, also known as Didymus, said to the rest of the disciples, let us also go, that we may die with him. This is where it gets interesting. The first part was very interesting because that sets the stage. Sorry, we're back. First part was just setting the stage of where we're going with this. On his arrival, Jesus found that Lazarus had already been in the tomb 4 days. 4 days. Now, Bethany was less than 2 miles from Jerusalem, and many Jews had come to Martha and Mary to comfort them at the loss of their brother. When Martha heard that Jesus was coming, she went to him, but Mary stayed at home. Lord, Martha said to Jesus, If you had been here, my brother would have not died. But I know that even now God will give you whatever you ask. Jesus said to her, your brother will rise again. Martha answered, I know he will rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die. And whoever lives by believing in me will never die. Do you believe this? Yes, Lord, she replied. I believe that you are the Messiah, the Son of God, who is to come into the world. After she said this, she went back and called her sister Mary aside. The teacher is here, she said, and is asking for you. When Mary heard this, she got up quickly and went to him. Now Jesus had not yet entered the village, but was still in the place where Martha had met him. When the Jews who had been with Mary in the house comforting her noticed how quickly she got up and went out, they followed her, supposing she was going to the tomb to mourn there. When Mary reached the place where Jesus was and saw him, she fell at his feet and said, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. When Jesus saw her weeping, and the Jews who had come along with her also weeping, he was deeply moved in the spirit and troubled. Where have you laid him? He asked. Come and see, Lord, they replied. Jesus wept. Then the Jews said, see how he loved him? But some of them said, could not he who opened the eyes of the blind man have kept this man from dying? People are always trying to get on you. People are always trying to needle you. Give it time. Give it time. Jesus, once more deeply moved, came to the tomb. It was a cave with a stone laid across the entrance. Take away the stone. But Lord, said Martha, the sister of the dead man, by this time there is a bad odor, for he has been there 4 days. Then Jesus said, did I not tell you that if you believe, you will see the glory of God? Let that soak in. Think about it. Just put that on the backside. We're going to come back to that. So they took away the stone. Then Jesus looked up and said, Father, thank you, for you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me. But I said for this one benefit of the people standing here, that they may believe that you sent me. When he said this, Jesus called in a loud voice, Lazarus, come out. The dead man came out, his hands and feet wrapped in strips of linen and a cloth around his face. Jesus said to them, take off the grave clothes and let him go. There's a lot in that scripture, guys. That's a long scripture. The point that I want to make here, I'm going to go back to it, because it's very important that we understand where we are in our belief. Because he's talking to both of the sisters. One says, yeah, I believe you're the chosen one. You are the one that was sent here by God. The other one was believed, but then her belief failed. The human side failed. All right. Because what did she say? Let us go back to Judea. His fallen asleep, gone. I gotta find it again. Sorry. Your brother will rise. I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live even though they die. Yes, Lord. Okay. We read all of that. But then he says the most very important question. Did I not tell you that if you believe, you will see the glory of God? The message is, who do you believe? I'm going to leave it there. I want that to soak in and marinate. Guys, this scripture means a lot to me. This was given to me when I was my brother's caregiver, stage 4 brain cancer. The man died. I'm going to tell you a story. I feel it necessary to backfill. The man was dead. He had, they had flown him from the hospital that he was in to another hospital. And they said, if he makes it over the weekend, it'll be a miracle. And I had talked to my sister, and because I was working, I said, sis, I cannot get there until Sunday because we're building houses and we're swinging trusses and all of that. And about the time I said that, she was on the phone, and I watched his plane go overhead. And I went home and I started praying, and I kept hearing the word Lazarus. And I knew it wasn't good, and I didn't understand at the time. And I read that, and I've read that so many times. And a lot of times what happens with me is I forget where I believe. I forget who I believe. And lately, I've forgotten who I believe. I'm not looking at chat. I'm just going off on this, and then we'll get into weather stuff. I just want to share this. But I got to the hospital that Sunday, and I asked my sister if only her and I could go in because I needed to pray with him. And she said, yeah. Now, she was not a person who really believed in God, but she knew I believed in God. And at that time, yeah, I was pretty faithful. I'm not a holy roller. I'm not one of those, guys. But I do believe in God, and I did read the scripture. I don't read the scripture as much. I'm sorry. Can nobody hear me? I'm sorry. It's probably the phone. All right, because I got the volume turned all the way up. And so I get in there, and I'm laying I had my Bible in my hand, and I'm reading the scripture not from my phone, but I was actually reading it out of my Bible, which was very powerful in itself. And I remember Bible in one hand, I have his hand in my hand, and I started reading kind of that scripture, that the latter part of it, where he said, and where he said, Lazarus, come forth. I put his name in there. His name was Stephen. And I said, Stephen, come forth. And because the power of God, and you'd have to understand this, and I could go into great detail in all of this, but there was I don't even know how to explain it, but there was a power in the room that it was like a very dense fog, if you will. I mean, it was just heavy. And when I said, Steve, come forth. Now, what I'm about to tell you is very graphic. Plug your ears. You don't have to listen to this. All right. My brother-in-law, 6'9" tall, 270 pounds, big guy. in bed, had taken chemo multiple times. He had what they call chemo burn, okay? Where his body didn't flush it out, it retained it and actually burned his skin. He was wrapped. They had wrapped his legs up and his arms up. He had thrush. He had 6 IVs in. He had 3 IVs in this arm, 3 IVs in this arm. He could not communicate. He couldn't talk. He could not see. He could hear, and that was it. And when I got in there, I said, Steve, if you hear me squeeze my hand, he squeezed my hand. Okay, I know you. I know you're with me. At least you're with me. At least you can hear me. And I prayed that prayer over him. I watched. And he had an oxygen monitor, and I mean, this guy had more gadgets on him. You talk about technology. I didn't understand half of it. I knew what some of it was. Well, he was only getting basically about 60 to 70% oxygen. His body was shutting down, guys. He was dying. He wasn't dead, but he was dying. When I said that, his oxygen, I mean, the monitor, you know how it goes, and it skips a beat and it does these things. And then if you're dead, it flatlines. Well, when I said that, that machine blipped. And I mean, it wasn't just a little blip. It just kind of like shut down and came back to life. And his oxygen levels went from 75 up to 98%. Like that. Something happened right there. Can I explain it? Nope, not going to try. What I do know is that God heard my prayer. Why? Because in that moment, I believed. Hi, Kitty. In that moment, God heard me. The message, did I not tell you that if you believe in me, it's going to happen? Now, it may not happen the way you think it's going to happen. It may not happen the way the world sees it happening. The world didn't see this coming, and I'm going to tell you something, folks. 6 weeks to the day, that man woke up, looked at his wife of 20 plus years. I don't even know how long they were even married. 24, 25, 26 years, 30 years, doesn't matter. Over 20 years. Looked at his wife and said, honey, I love you. Tell me a different story. Tell me that it doesn't work. Tell me that if you don't believe, or if this is nonsense, BS, crappy, whatever you want to call it, I'm still human. Somebody needed to hear that. I know I did. I heard it tonight loud and clear. I needed to share that with you. Take it for what you want to, but I can tell you somebody needed to hear that. I'd never, ever want to just pitch things about the Bible. I will do what I'm told to do. But I don't ever want to give something like that without having backup. Okay? Because that's straight from the Bible. Whether it's the King James, whether it's the New International Bible, it don't matter. The Bible is the Bible. What are you doing, child? Okay. So whenever I talk about God, it's coming from there. It's straight up 100% real. You cannot take that away from me. I went as far, I'm going to tell a little bit more of the story. I went the next day because I heard some things that weren't right. I went back to the nurse, the attending RN. And I mean, I'm telling you, doctors came in there for a while. Nobody was allowed in there. And if they couldn't stay very long. Doctors and nurses and that. So I went to the attending RN who was watching over him. And I said, what happened? Her exact words were, every time she walked in there, it was as if the glory of God was in that room. And that anybody walked by that room, they felt it. They sensed it. Because like I said, not everybody was allowed to go in there for a long time. Okay. Family was, but I mean, as far as outsiders and stuff like that, bringing in the negativity. She told me that when they brought him in, she herself did not expect him to make it through the night. Through the night. She said he should have died. She said, with everything going on with him, it was a miracle. I talked to the doctor, his attending physician, and I asked him the same thing because I wanted clarification. I wanted to make sure that this was a God thing, that this was God showing me what he is capable of doing. The man who is a doctor was also a Christian, believed in God. And he says, I'm going to tell you, he says, I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen a lot of things happen. He says, I have never seen a man resurrected. Really? I have never seen a man resurrected like that. He was dead. His organs were shutting down, he said. I was like, that's my God. Take it for what you want. Take it for what it is.
And he went by 4 years.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. All right. Now, not only did he just come back to life, and Tammy just reminded me, the man lived 4 more years. Let that soak in, folks. 4 more years before he passed away. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Now, somebody needed to hear that. Like I said, I don't know. You can DM me in Discord. You can whatever, guys. If you have questions.
Use Mom's story about when she lost 2 pints of blood.
Oh, yeah. That was another one. That's another trip. I could sit here for hours, guys, and I don't want to do that. I could sit here for hours and tell you things that I have experienced about what God has done through me, for me, with me. And I'm always, when I always go back and I always think about it, I am totally left speechless. And I'm going to go back, like I said at the very beginning. I am going through some things right now that I had to be remembered. I had to bring, I had to bring this was just dropped in on me, and I was like, oh, great, here we go. I'm not asking for pity. I'm just saying I'm going through some things right now. I need your prayer as much as you need my prayer. We need as a weather community, and I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you right now. I don't care who's out there. I don't care what people say. As a weather community, we need to pray. We need to pray for those guys that are out there running around endlessly trying to chase a tornado. We need to pray for each other for them. We need to lift them up. We need to lift the Brandon Copics up. We need to lift the Stormrunner Medias up. We need to lift the Ben Williams up. We need to lift whoever it is that you follow or whoever you're watching on YouTube. I don't care who it is. Storm chasers. I'm talking to weather community because that's where I'm at. We need to lift those folks up. Yeah, it's all right. Oh, that's fine, Farrah. But it's more that you do it in your own place at your own, at your convenience. I have noticed that in the weather community, even because I'm on Twitter, guys. You so much as dare say you're a Christian, you are like banished. It's like against the rules. The hell with that. Okay, I'm human. I'm going to call it like it is. Don't be afraid to stand up for what you believe in. Who do you believe? All right. What does weather have to do with all of that? A lot. So switching gears, squirrely. Hey, Patrick. I agree. Okay, I'm going to jump back into chat now. Because got it. I can't see the screen. Yeah, this is a vertical stream. I forgot to go horizontal. I don't know. You can still put it. You can still see it, I guess. But a couple weeks ago, if you were on my stream, Tammy and I experienced something that, boy, that was something. Huge shout out to Patrick. I know he's in the chat. He is a chaser. This guy rocked my world 2 weeks ago. He put me in the right place at the right time for a tornado. I mean, it was perfect. He was on the phone with me, giving me direction, telling me exactly where to go, where I needed to be, because I really wasn't quite paying attention to. I had radar up, but I wasn't really able to look at it because I was too busy driving, and Tammy was too busy watching the road with me, and we got kind of caught up in all of that. But he put me in a place called Lowry City, Missouri. All right. And when he did that, he said, "Now give it time." I remember his words. I remember your words, Patrick. Give it time. You'll see it. You'll see it. It'll be there. Just give it time. Give it time. Give it time. And about the time he said that, the inflow winds came rocking Tammy had gone in. We were sitting at a Casey's in Lowry City. If you ever go there, say, hey, Tammy was there. She was inside. She went inside, standing next to a sheriff, wearing a tornado warning. Tammy was inside with the stream on. And was it it was a deputy sheriff?
He was kind of like a deputy sheriff.
Yeah, he was we'll call him a deputy sheriff. And the manager said, all right, everybody, we're locking the doors. We want everybody downstairs. And she said, no, I'm staying here. And the deputy sheriff says, no, she's staying here. Because he was watching the stream. I was outside in the car. And which I thought was pretty cool because, you know, that's sometimes sheriffs don't really like chasers and that. And so they wrote out, she wrote out the inflow. We got that. I was in the car, which absolutely, you know, if you go back and listen to it, I get pretty excited because I could see the rain curtains coming. I could see the rotation. It was most awe-inspiring moment because that's the first time I'd ever been that close. I've seen rotation. I've seen little spin-ups. Don't get me wrong. I've seen little spin-ups. We've caught tornadoes from a distance. But that was the first time where it was like, okay, I'm literally going to die here. And that was literally what I was thinking. I was like, okay, we're going to die. Thanks, Patrick. No. But we went through that. Now I'm telling you, go back and look at the stream. It was Chasing Missouri, Homeward Bound, something or other. But anyway, the inflow winds were, I do not even know.
And I ran out to the car.
I do not know how fast those winds were ripping. Tammy come running out because they literally locked the doors. And she says, no. She says, I'm going back out. Fine. She came back out. And because there was a moment where there was nothing. And it was that split moment, man. She dove in the car, she jumped in, and then we got the RFD winds, which were just as nasty as the inflow, or worse. Actually, I would say they were worse. And in the stream, you hear me say, there it is. We've got rapid rotation. I'm looking at it. I know you couldn't see it on the stream, and I apologize for that because this camera is a piece of garbage when it comes to doing that. Open, oh, come on. When there's no rain or nothing, it's really good. Can't explain it. So we're like, okay, in the car, you know, the car was doing this, and we're looking around. We saw power. I thought was lightning strikes. Patrick actually went back and looked at it and said, no, those were power flashes. The thing is, I didn't realize that the town was down in a valley. We were sitting on a hill. And what I thought was lightning was actually power flashes down in town. And there was a power flash off to would have been our right. And that was the RFD. And, you know, like I said, the car is just doing this thing. And I swear, as I'm sitting here right now, I felt the back end of the car raise up. I could have swore it did, just ever so slightly. I mean, you a lot of things going through your head at one time, and I was like, well, honey, we're gonna die. we're toast. If this thing plants one, I was like, man, it's gonna just raise havoc. Well, that stopped, and I'm like, phew, we survived. And then all of a sudden, I mean, and I kid you not, all hell broke loose again. I'm like, this is not supposed to do this. It was a second RFD. The second RFD was worse than the first RFD, basically. And I was like, man, I don't know what we got ourselves into, but we were in the wrong place and we couldn't go anywhere. We were kind of stuck there. And tornado sirens going off. I mean, everybody was just like, you know, whatever. And so we got out of there. Um, we did not get out of the rain until we got home out in the rain. We almost got hit by lightning in Conway. You got to go down about 3 or 4, 5 hours, and you hear that a boom, and we just went nuts. Um, but that was our trip, and I I really want to thank Patrick for putting us there because that really proved to us that we can do that. We never, we've chased, we've been in lightning storms, we've been in hail. That was the first time that both of us have been there in the moment. Um, we were okay. I mean, I didn't think we were going to die. It certainly felt weird because the pressure dropped and you feel all that, so you know what to expect. Um, you know, but Patrick really put us in the right place at the right time. Come to find out, and he did the investigation for me. I've got a short y'all can go back and look at about it. But what that was called was a mesoscale vortex. Now, what that means in simpler terms is that was a land hurricane. It had a defined eye. Um, in the video, in the video or the short that I made, you can actually, if you watch that over and over and over again, and I've watched it over and over and over again, right where we were at, that split second where Tammy came out, that literally was the eye of the storm. Um, and
Your son's got that fire going.
oh, does he? Oh, sweet. Hey, we have a fire.
For you to come out there.
I know. I'm just waiting for it to get going. Really, really good. So we're gonna have a fire, guys. I promise. We're still gotta have the up and down stream. I apologize for that. Um, but that's what that was all about. Now, what's up? If I offended anybody, I'm not sorry. Okay? I'm doing what I needed to do. I needed to get that off my chest. So I'm going to look at chat. Looking at chat. Where y'all at? Have I lost anybody? Yeah, we got 11 folks in here. 16 likes. Beautiful. Patrick, I did not mean to. The inflow there, okay. I deleted something by accident and I really didn't mean to. The inflow there was gusting at 70, 90. The RFD, did we get any hail in the RFD winds?
No.
No, yeah, we there was absolutely no hail in that, which actually really surprised me. So, Patrick, I apologize. I apparently deleted something and I really didn't mean to. Marcy, you are 100% correct. Mother Nature, she ain't playing by the rules. She's playing by her rules. I agree. Yes, Jim, it was an excellent, and I've actually called him a time or two. I called him one time. He was chasing down in I think it was Mississippi or something like that. And I said, dude, you're about to go into a tornado. And he goes, yeah, we're watching it. I was like, okay, I'll let you go. You know, and that's one of the cool things is, being able to have that. I've never met Patrick, guys, but he's a brother to me. We got to look out for each other. Got to look out for each other. And oh my God, what is going on? Oh yeah, most definitely, Patrick. Yeah. If it, that's one thing I will honestly say is that when I'm chasing, I always have multiple escape routes. We either go north and run into the hail, and you can duck and hide underneath the canopy if you need to. We've done that. Or if you can get out, go east, go south, get out of Dodge as fast as you can. um, my thing that day was I was watching all the semis, and I'll tell you what, I was more worried for the semis than everybody else that was coming in, because there was a lot of folks. You don't realize how many what's going on until you're in that situation. There were semis stacked. I mean, they were coming in, and you can see them in the stream, and they were some of them kept going. I'm like, guys, you're fools. Pull off. You're better to pull off and ride that thing out and do what you got to do. Um, and then when we actually went back and looked at because we saw lights, I was like, oh, what's going on? I actually thought it was a semi that got caught in it and had blown over. Fortunately enough, that was not the case. It was power lines. Now what that what you saw in that was the power lines were snapped off at the ground. All right. I mean, flush with the ground, not 2 3 foot, flush with the ground, which that would be straight line winds, or could have been like a microburst type scenario. Um, but the power lines, when they snapped, it seemed like every power pole had a line and it stretched across the freeway or across the highway, and you couldn't. I mean, everyone had a line, so like they snapped in multiple places. There was a street sign. I remember seeing a street sign because it was laying off away from us. There was had bolts, and now I mean them bolts were, they were good half-inch, 3/4 inch bolts bolted into concrete, and there was a plate, and they bolted it down. Those bolts were sheared off. They weren't even there. The sign was 12, 16 feet away. Um, just didn't have a chance. So if you're ever going through there, obviously you were going to get waxed by something was going to hit you. Um, and so when we got turned around, you'll hear me. Man, I had to go to the bathroom so dang bad. It was unreal. Of course, power was out, so the gas station was not an option. So we pull off, and I was like, okay, we got stopped, and um, we got stopped. We got there was a line there, and I pulled off because I was about ready to go behind the building over yonder, and I chose not to. And but I was looking to see what was going on, and there was a semi kind of blocking kind of both lanes, sort of as much as he could. And I looked, and there was a whole bunch of people out there, and they were picking things up out of the middle of the road. And I was like, oh crap, something definitely happened there. Something, obviously. And when we drove by, there was a building there, and the roof. Now it was probably 8 foot ceiling. The whole roof was sheared off, and it was laying out. That's what they were picking up, was the roof parts. And when we got further down, we went down to the next Casey's, I think it was, and because I had to go to the bathroom, man, my eyes were yellow, and we got out, and I went in, and I got to talking, and it's like, yeah, we were just in that storm, and one of the truckers was in there. He goes, yeah, I was the guy in the black truck. I go, oh yeah, I said, just so you know, you are on YouTube, you're famous now. He goes, oh, that's cool. He goes, yeah. He says, I was out there with my leaf blower, and I remember that I was out there with my leaf blower blowing the nails off the road because I wasn't about to run through them, and nobody else wanted to run through them. That was that much destruction, and I thought that was really cool because that was firsthand account of what he come across, and we were kind of talking about it. And I said, yeah, that was a pretty nasty storm. And he goes, yeah. He says, was there a tornado in there? And I said, I don't think so. I can't rule it out. I saw the rotation. The rotation literally, it was literally right in front of me. right in front of us. You couldn't see it in the stream, unfortunately. At least I don't think so. But I was calling it out. Got very excited and all of that. Yeah, yeah. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Wisdom of other drivers. I've seen a lot of stupid stuff lately. Talking about drivers. It's like,
About down about our tree getting electrocuted or
no, I'll get there. And I've seen chasers do stupid things. Don't be parking in the middle of the road, guys. You're gonna get hit. That's what causes wrecks. Um, you've been chased by a NATO, Marcy? No way. Yeah, yeah, Patrick. Appreciate that. I actually had to look because I got on. I went. Um, oh, who I took what you passed me, and I put it on. What is it? What is it, guys? There's a. Oh heck, hang on. It's Storm Chasers. Hang on, I'm gonna find it because it's on X. Who is it? Hang on. It's if you're on Twitter X, and you want to learn about storm chasing, um, look up Storm Chaser Coaching. They actually have a website, um, and I actually sent that video. I posted it on their site, and they actually responded to me with what that was and really defined it for me. And they were like, "You did what?" It was pretty cool. But Storm Chaser Coaching, I am a part of their group, and I have learned a lot. It's kind of hang out and you talk shop, and you don't have to be a professional, but you can learn a lot. They actually have a class in there where they talk about chasing Dixie, the do's and don'ts of chasing Dixie. I'm like, yeah, pretty familiar with that one. But let's see, keep your eye on, yeah, keep your eye on the rearview mirror. Yep. Uh, yeah, exactly. Um, so when did that happen? That was last week, right, honey? Yeah. So last week,
and we're home again, and you weren't.
I was at work. Tammy and the boys were here. We had a thunderstorm, pretty good one. Um, one of the trees in my backyard took a direct hit. One of my big old growth, way out my pasture. I'm not sure if I may not have made a short yet of it because I'm trying to figure out how to do it. Ryan went out and shot me some video of the tree. Put it this way, the tree is probably 30, 40, 50 foot tall. The branch is probably that big around. I have more firewood, more than I need. It literally blew the top out and blew it like 15 feet away from the tree in the ground. I am 3 trees less though. I have 3 trees less than what I had when I started when we first moved here. This is a year for old growth trees just being annihilated, and they're all perfectly healthy, trees. Had a few people come and talk to me about their trees, and yeah, we're showing each other pictures like the same tree, just bigger. Um, so yeah, so we got hit by lightning. I've got the tree outside where you can see where it blew the top out and blew it away, and you can see where the lightning scar is down in the tree where it blew out. It blew through the root. I don't know. The tree's old enough. I don't know if it got the main root or not. We'll know by next year if it comes back. If it's still live next year, that means it'll survive. But it did a lot of damage to that poor tree, and it not only did it go out the front, but it also blew out the backside of it. So I'm not so sure the tree's going to survive. It'll probably end up dying. We'll probably end up having to cut it down. Which, guess what? That means more firewood. So if anybody needs any firewood in the Cabot, Arkansas area, I have some. I'll give it to you because, guys, I've got literally, I probably got 4 years worth of wood to burn. Fireside Chat. We're burning one out there. Ryan's got a fire going. We're going to go outside here in a minute, but I wanted to share that with you. Hey, Elaine. Great to have you here. Yeah, I'm ready for the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, I'm ready for it. Bring them on. Bring them on. We'll shoot them with Nerf guns. Great to have you here, Elaine. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. Two-step. Hello. Welcome in. You've been a busy girl. Yeah. So what do you guys want to talk about? This is now your chat. My time's up. I've been on here for an hour. Due to technical difficulties, I'm just going to start at 9:30. We didn't probably get started till a little after 10. So we've been almost an hour here. This is yours. First and foremost, we've got a fire to go to. Ryan's got to go outside. I really didn't know. That's why I came in here, because give him a chance to get that thing going. But we've got a fire to go look at. I'm going to then open it up to you guys. Let's go chase a fire. All right? I'm going to need some help. Help. Can I get some help?
Baby, can you help your dad?
All right, guys. Oh, sorry. Ugh. Scary times, guys. You get to look at my house. Scary. Scary. Look at my mug. Look at my mug. Here's Miss Tim. And now I'm not going to show you, Tim. Do me a favor. Run out to my car and grab the brick. Hopefully it's charged. I'm going to need it. And the 2 cords. You guys can't see me. It's dark. Just so I don't trip over some stuff. Oh, I feel bugs. All right, guys, field trip. So, turn you guys around. We're about to see the fire. About to see the fire. Do 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 do. Hopefully, I don't get wet. There's fire. Yay, we got fire. Oh, I fell. Let's see, where do I need to be at? Probably over. Oh, mud hole. Sorry, guys. Huh? Sorry, guys. We've got a lot of water from around here. Oh,
There's your fire gun.
There's my fire. And I'm like totally wrong. All right. Hey, Kim. Welcome in. We're doing something new here, guys. This is a vertical stream, not by choice. It was actually totally by accident, and I can't see what I'm doing. Good to have everybody in here. Here we are. This is a fire. Now, this is what we all came here to see, was the fire. Didn't come to hear me yickety yak and all that nonsense. There's your fire. There's your fire. So, gotta ask, what do y'all think of the vertical versus the horizontal? Do you like it? Because I know, hey Derek, come on in. My phone is about to die. Yikes. I know that there are actually chasers that do actual vertical while they do two different streams, and vertical has its place, and I've done them by accident. Tammy don't like it. I'm getting used to it. I did it one other time, and then I got ridiculed for why was I doing it this way, and it was totally by accident. I was actually on Evan Freiberger's. It was funny because I was on Evan's stream. I was on Evan's stream, and I forgot to go horizontal, and he goes, "I don't know why he's got it vertical," and I'm like, "Yeah, me neither." You know, but you learn. But great to have everybody here. This is the Fireside Chat. Now, this is your chat. I've got everything off of my chest, what I needed to say and do, and all of that, and I actually feel pretty good about it. I think we all learned something tonight. I know I did. I learned that Ryan can build a fire really fast. But the log you see actually burning back there, that's actually from the big oak tree that fell a month or so ago. We're still dealing with my insurance and all of that. Farrah, is Farrah in here? Where's Farrah at? Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're looking at it on the big screen, it's probably not going to be too good. I don't think vertical is actually meant to be on the TV. I think it's meant to be on on a tablet or something like that. Phone. Find it. All right, guys. Farrah is everywhere. Yeah, Farrah is everywhere. Yeah, we got 69%. I just got to plug this. Sorry, guys, I'm getting my other phone. I'm down to 3%. And if I do that, I am not going to be able to look at chat. I'm hooking it up. Technology again is wonderful. Don't let it fool you. That's really cool brick. Wish I could see what I was doing. There we go. We're not going to die. Phone's not going to die. I can see chat. So. Yeah, no, might be better. blame Streamlabs. I'll tell you what, you could time Streamlabs out if you really wanted to. Okay. Poor deal. Yeah, I hope he's doing all right. You know, guys, keep him in your prayer because I know he came home. He chased yesterday, and I'll tell you what. The guys, you know, the guy chased 8, 9, 10, 10 hours, 8 or 9, 10 hours last night, feeling absolutely crappy, and still got the job done. You know, give that guy a round of applause. Hey, D man, welcome in. Welcome in. Somebody's talking to Sparky. Yeah, Jim, I hope so too. I hope today is a good rest for him. Um, yeah, DL just seems, you know, you get feeling like that, man. You do not need to be out there doing what he was doing at all, especially with all that dust and all that. But great to see everybody here. Lost. Hey, we got 14 folks in here now. Woo-hoo. 21 likes. But we finally made it to the fire. Tammy's having fun with Sparky. What'd you do? Get burned?
No.
Ants?
No.
What?
It's because of the vest.
Oh, itchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, great to have everybody in here. There again, I would really love to see Fireside Chat get just rocking and rolling. I think it'll be cool. I think it'll be good. Ryan in his shorts.
Well, I've been wearing pants all week.
Okay, go ahead. Wherever Farah is. Farah, show yourself. Hey, we might get that big log burn one of these trips. What you want to talk about? This is your chat now. I've done spoke my piece. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, no police yet. Today was the last day of school. I got to do a big shout out to my youngest, Mr. David. He graduated 9th grade. He will be a 10th grader next year.
I passed my first week,
and I cannot divulge that information, sir. Ryan has a new job. I cannot tell you what he is doing for his safety. I will say this: it has to do with law enforcement. That's all I can say. But David passed his classes and did real well, to be expected. And yeah. So summer starts. I've got the weekend off. Tammy's got tomorrow off. I'm off tomorrow.
I have the weekend off.
Ryan has the weekends off. We're all off. It's a good time. Woo! All righty, Elaine. Well, you be safe on that business trip. No planes yet. I haven't heard them at all tonight, so they may have been. They may not be.
No, they're flying still.
They're out there somewhere. They'll be buzzing in shortly. Um, Subscribe. Um, yeah, let's cook a steak. I wished I could afford a steak. I can't afford a steak right now to save my life. But, Ryan planting the fire. That's good, D man. I'm glad you got hooked up on that. It is a lot of fun. Um, just see what's going on around when things are going crazy and haywire. You can see what's going on worldwide. Actually, um, that's cool. I get on there every now and then just see what's going on. Good fire. Finally got going. I believe it or not, guys, we've had so much rain this last week. I wasn't sure we were going to be able to do a fire. Ryan's just a great, excellent builder of fires. But what else you got? What was that question? There was a question out there.
Because I found some dry leaves.
Yeah, you can. This is open to chat, guys. Come on, we agree to disagree. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. We are not going to hold you ever. What? You want to jump in the box?
No. Look what Mom said.
No.
Marcy, you can call me.
Yeah.
That message right there is just 1 out of 500 different. That could mean so many different things.
The escaped convict. Yeah, guys, we had an escaped convict from up north. I have not heard anything other than they have right now. I believe it's a $10,000 reward.
They've actually caught him.
Did they catch him? Did they finally catch him?
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything. But apparently
They caught him today around 12.
Oh, okay. I have not. But I haven't heard anything. But that Ryan said they caught him. I'm glad they did because this guy was a joker. Yeah, fly over at the Atlantic. Yeah, there's a bunch.
They actually caught him near our work.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Down there? Wow.
He actually traveled all the way.
Wow. Somebody helped him. So that's definitely good news. That they caught this guy. They caught the other guy that was the police activity I think it was Fireside Chat, 2 Fire Chats back. We had all that excitement. Yeah, they got that guy. He didn't stand a chance.
Because we had helicopters and everything.
Okay. Yeah, just a lot of traffic out there. You probably hear it in the background. Crickets aren't really cricketing. It's actually relatively cool tonight. Our temperatures, guys, it's 64 degrees out here. It's actually kind of cool. Feels good. 66. One app says 64. One app says 66. I pick it as 65. I don't know.
Mine says 66.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, I've been waking up at like 3:30 in the morning for whatever reason. I don't know. Lately, hopefully I can get back on regular.
not sure what Streamlabs is doing. Oh yeah. Other than that, guys, what do y'all want? What do y'all want to talk about? What's some news? Let's go find some news. Let's go find some news. Let's go find some weird news. Oh, they had big storms out on the East Coast today. I know they had several tornado warnings. I'm not sure it was enhanced, but I'm not sure any actually touched down. I haven't heard anything. I'm just going to go look for some wild, crazy, weird news. Uh-oh. For the first time in history, an aircraft that can fly beyond the Kármán line offered for direct sale. Huh. Interesting. I don't know what that means. I'm looking for some weird, crazy news. Anybody got any weird, crazy news from where you're at? Tell me what's going on. Oh, that would be interesting. NASA tracks 5 asteroids. I never believe any of this stuff because it's not coming from really reliable resources, but sometimes they're kind of fun. This one says NASA tracks 5 asteroids racing towards Earth this week. One is bigger than a football field. Oh, not going to hit us, guys. We are not in danger. Let's see. Oh, we got the Northern Lights making a reappearance. Let's see. Anything. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Hmm. Let's see, we had somebody here in Michigan barricaded inside the gas station for hours. Oh, that's not a, those are very tense situations. Farah, do me a favor, and I can't talk about that on the stream, but as a moderator, DM me on Discord, and I can let you know what I know and how I feel. How's that sound? Is that fair? I don't know. Hey, Annie's got a fire too. Hey. Come on, baby, light my fire. Leslie, welcome in. Julie, how you doing? Great to have everybody here. We got 18 folks. I believe, careful, Rose. I believe that is about the most we've ever had in a fireside chat. Just saying. Welcome in, everybody. This is Wind Dancer Media. We are Wind Dancer Media. We do fireside chats. We talk about past chases. If we had something really big going on, like we did a couple weeks ago, this was kind of a informal, put together thing, spur of the moment thing, and that was just the way it is. Normally, I like to start them about 8 o'clock. We just didn't have anything going right for us. Got home. Tammy didn't get home till late, and normally we start them at about 8 o'clock. Tonight was a little bit later, kind of fast put together. Got it put up, but here we are. Here we are. Okay, how come Farrah can't chat in chat? Did she somehow get timed out or something? Hey, Sonia. Trying to figure that one out. Is it something Streamlabs did to her? Because that ain't right. Guys, if you ever have any questions or need somebody to talk to, you can always DM me. My DMs are always open on Twitter. Let's see, it's WXJTTR or something like that. I'd have to look it up. So YouTube's messing with her? Huh. Shouldn't have. Hang on, just let me go back and look at something. Hang on, guys. I can look and see. Hang on just a second, because there shouldn't be anybody. Man, I can look that up. Hang on, let me look that up. That's a good idea. Just gotta find it. Maybe I can. I gotta figure out where to go to. I think it's in there. Oh, I know where it might be. Hang on. Bear with me, guys. Get into Streamlabs. Huh. That's awesome. Yeah, Patrick, I'm going to steal some of your ideas, so I've never heard of any of that, so. Hang on, bear with me, guys. Gotta find it. Because I'm doing this off my phone. If I was on my computer, it'd be a lot easier. Oh, no, I know what's it. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it. Bet I'm not going to be able to do it. Huh. Well, that is weird. It's certainly bizarre. Interesting. All right. Cloud over there. Interesting. That's weird. Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out why I ferret. I'm not seeing anything. I know where it would be. It's not. Let's see. Got to remember. I think it's on YouTube. Hey Angela, glad to have you here. Great to have everybody here. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why a dear friend is not allowed to chat, and I don't understand it. Trying to figure it out. I know I can do it. I just Not where I thought it was. It's not there. Where would it be? Where's it at? See, I'm trying to do this on my phone. Trying to do this on my phone, guys. It's not working for me. I'll be darned. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. For some reason, I'm not seeing it. No, that's not what I want. That is not what I want. Totally not what I want. Oh no, I lost a subscriber. Bummer. Bummer. Gotta be on this. Oh, knock it off. Alright, well, I'm going to have to play around with it. Yeah. I'll have to play around with it, guys, because I'm not on my computer, my laptop. If I was on my laptop, I know I'd know exactly where to go. I am not on my laptop. Wow, PA Storm Tractors is still out there. Still out there tracking them storms. Hey, we got 18 of us in here. I'm in chat. Everybody's from. Yeah, yeah. I know there's been a lot of bots out lately, and I think YouTube actually cracking down on it. Great to have everybody here tonight. I know it's late. It's 11:30 at night. It's Friday, and it is officially summertime here in Arkansas. School's out for the summer. Hey, why not have a fireside chat? Celebrate good times. And the mosquitoes, hey, they are doing well. Here. Hey, welcome in, Angela from Washington State. Great to have you here tonight. This is Fireside Chat. If this is your first one, appreciate you being here. Smash that like and subscribe button. I'm pretty sure everybody already has. Yeah, it is pretty amazing. I ran a test because I've got another YouTube channel that I'm trying to, I'm half-heartedly trying to get it built up and throwing a bunch. I just kind of do some fun things on there. A little more dedicated to weather and what have you. And so I did a test. Doing things that you can do. Nice. There's a lot you can do in Colorado, believe it or not, this late at night. So I made a couple shorts, short videos, because I'm never really done them too much, and I forgot that I could do them off of clips and stuff like that from a live stream. So I ran a test, so I wanted to see which one was going to get more views on YouTube, kind of a test. And I think I did the kind of the same thing sort of on one channel versus the other. And my channel that I only have like 5 subscribers to actually got more views than this channel did. Isn't that crazy? Which I got a lot of views on it. I was quite impressed. For the first 24 hours, it did real well. But it's really bizarre what YouTube's gone through so many changes. And I'm not sure how much longer it's going to stay number one or whatever. I've been looking at other options as well, just to see what I can do out there. I like YouTube because I can run OBS on it. But there's a couple others. I thought about I've got a Twitch account that I could certainly jump into that if I really wanted to, but not everybody has Twitch that's here. And in order for me to run a live Twitch YouTube stream, I have to become a member of Streamlabs, and I'm not about to do that. I'm not gonna spend up. Shut up. Quit. Ain't bothering you, Casey. So that's why I've never done that. Yeah, they do, and it's quite hilarious. Didn't bring me any subscribers. It just brought me whatever. But what'd you find? Ryan's over there prospecting. Huh? No. Thought you lost something. I thought one of the dogs might have brought something out.
Well, I thought I lost one of my phone.
No. Oh, restream. See, I didn't know you could do that. I have to get onto that because um, I can do it through Streamlabs, but they want you to pay money. Nice. Prospecting, panning for gold.
Oops, just have his flashlight.
Mhm. Yeah, you know,
It's too much.
I pan for gold. It's not that hard.
Rovers?
I never found anything.
Oh, not
I
your
know how to
schedule.
do it. Know how to do it.
Casey, I'm not your viper.
Oh, nice. Um, no, you said that right, Annie. Yeah, I can. Matter of fact, I could throw a video together. I can put pictures in the video, you know, and to make a video. You don't have to have just a video. You can do it with pictures. It just runs. All it does is shows the video, and then it'll show the picture for a certain amount of time, and then you know, and you can do it that way. Um, I mean, so yeah, you can do pretty much whatever. The one thing I did learn was I put music to that video and I cannot get monetized, even though the music all came from YouTube. It will not let me monetize it. I have to get rid of. I have to redo the music. And I'm like, forget that. But yeah, you can do it. Oh man, that's a great question, Wayne, because I've been kind of looking at both of that. I can tell you, you know, and everybody's saying we're going to have above normal year. Well, they say that every year. Uh, I think they hope that we're going to have an above year for hurricanes. However, the smoke probably not. However, the sands, the dust from the Sahara, yeah, it might hamper things. Yeah, we're going to have storms, but I think the dust really does. Um, I think it's going to play a part in it. What that part is, I have no idea. It might even enhance. You know, 25 is outperformed 24. You're right, Patrick. So anything's a toss up this year. I mean, 25 is light years from last year as far as storms and that. Um, for all I know, the sand might enhance a hurricane this year. I know I say that jokingly, but wouldn't it be surprised if that were possible? Do I have? Okay, I missed it. Annie's question: do I have an editing program to do the photo compilation for you on too? I actually use YouTube Create, which is what I make a lot of my YouTube videos and stuff with. And pretty much with that, what you have to do is you have to have all your videos downloaded on your computer or whatever, and you just go in and put it all together. Um, I use if I have a video that I want to like add something to, um, I use Adobe. What is Adobe? Adobe Photoshop. I use Canva for my making my thumbnails and stuff like that. Yeah, the wildfires up in Canada are absolutely insane. They're like really early this year, which has me worried. I mean, the smoke is definitely already reached Arkansas, some 10,000 miles away. Seems like. So yeah, wow. Yeah. I use CapCut. However, it won't let me download my video for some reason. My videos are always too big. You got to keep them less than 30 seconds, I think. But I have CapCut as well. Um, Unfortunately, I don't do TikTok. Probably never will get on TikTok, but on personal reasons. But I have kept good. I've got it, pretty much everything. When I've got my on my laptop, I've got DaVinci Resolve, which is really good. Um, but I do most everything just right off of YouTube, just because I've got it there. And normally, and I say this cautiously now, normally you should be able to uh, use their music as long as it's free. And apparently, every now and then I get dinged on it, and it's like, really? It's your music. You put it up there. It's free. It says it's free. You should be able to use it. But apparently not. In some cases. But, whew, 93. Holy crap! Holy crap! We've cooled down. We're supposed to cool down. It's supposed to be in the 80s tomorrow. Upper 80s on Sunday. We've got weather on Monday, which ain't going to be amount to much. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna have weather. I mean, yeah, we're starting to get here in Arkansas. We're gonna have the pop up thunderstorms. They just kind of come out of nowhere and do weird, crazy things. Um, I still think we're on target for a high number, high count for tornadoes, especially going into the fall season. If we get any kind of hurricanes that come up, out of the Gulf that hit us, there's always that possibility there. So, yeah, we've got a long road ahead. That would be really cool. I wished I had the funds and the means to do that. I would love it. You know, it's funny because back when I was in college, way back a long time ago, back in the '80s, when I was going to the University of Wyoming, I actually went out on this bluff. It was actually a plateau right outside of town, and it was so cool. And it was right at dusk, and I was watching the light. I mean, the lightning. I sat and watched the lightning go around me, and then it swirled back around and engulfed me. And but I remember looking out, and it was so cool because there was a hawk, and that hawk was about, well, what I could see. I was probably 30 foot from the edge. Hey, shut up, dog. About 30 foot from the edge before it started sloping down, and there was a hawk hovering right at ground level, right at my eyes. Oh my God, it was so cool. And then and I was watching the lightning wrap, and I'm looking up in the sky, and I went, oh, and there was actually rotation right above my head. I didn't know it at the time because back then weather was not a big deal to me. But I still watched it, and I looked up and I sat and watched the lightning. I went, oh my God, we got. Oh, I got to get out of here. And at that time, I was driving a Datsun, little Datsun pickup. It was my mom's, and I did a fun thing. They always say that when lightning is around you, the static and all of that. So I went up to the antenna, and I was actually able. There was so much static in the air, and I knew there was a lightning strike just about ready to happen, and I could feel it on my arm. My arm, the hair on my arms started going up, and my hair started frizzing, and so I decided I was going to do this little test, and I went to the antenna, and I actually from the antenna was making these little arcs off the antenna, and I was like, "Yep, it's time to get out of here." I jump in the truck, I go and take off, and a dang lightning bolt landed right where I was at, and I was like, "Yeah, a little close." Um, but I've always, chased lightning storms. I mean, God is so lightning is absolutely fascinating to me. Um, what it can do. I mean, I have seen ball lightning. Um, that'll just absolutely blow your socks off. I have seen lightning hit the ground and sling a ball of mud, you know, 200-300 yards downwind from where it hit. Hi, baby. You want up here? You want up here? Um, I have been very close to being hit by lightning. Not, aside from chasing, um, I was in a boat one time, aluminum boat on a. You be quiet. You be quiet. Um, in an aluminum boat. I'd just gone fishing, just got home. The closest storm was like 50, 60 miles away and clear blue sky. Oh my God. I remember looking at it and I was like, man, that is some rain. This was in Kentucky. And this lightning bolt hit about 15 feet away from me. And I'm in the boat. I thought I was dead. What are you doing? Playing. Um, so yeah, I've been in lightning storms where lightning danced around me. Another time I was out fishing on a river and I was on a lock. Again in Kentucky, they get some pretty good storms up in Kentucky actually. And I was fishing and I could hear the thunder, and they always say, you can count it down. That'll tell you how far it is before you got to go. And I had a fishing rod. I'm fishing on top, and I was fishing for drum fish, a type of fish, and striped bass. And I dropped my line in the water. I said, "Oh, I got a minute. I got a minute or so um, left." And man, I saw this lightning flash right behind me, and it scared the crap out of me. And I jerked it up, and this big, this it was a striped bass. His mouth was about 8 inches. It looked from where I was at about 8 inches round, and I pulled the worm right out of his mouth as he went to jump on it. Grabbed my rod. I grabbed my tackle box. Left the fish, what fish I'd caught in the bucket, and and I had to go. I'm on the lock. I'm on the furthest side of the lock. The lock had been closed for 20, 30, 40 years. I had it all locked up. And so I had to go out. I had to go down the edge of the lock, cross a scurry bridge, back over, go back, get on land, and they just happened to been the original lockmaster house was still there, and I knocked the door in, and I got into the building as fast as I could, and I got in a corner opposite side of the storm. And let me tell you what, I'd never seen so much lightning in my life. I mean, it scared the peewat out of me. Um, yeah, I've had my experiences with lightning. I'm a lightning dude. Going back in to check. Do 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 do. Whew. Yeah, my dad back when he was a kid had a bolt of lightning. Actually, he was in the kitchen putting on a pair of rubber boots, sitting in a chair, and a lightning bolt hit the corner of the house and actually literally cut the corner of the house off. Um, and he swears up and down that what saved him was he had his feet in the boots in those rubber boots, and it didn't hurt him. Lived to tell the story. uh, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. There's a Phantom of the Opera. Marcy, you're doing an awfully great job for Farrah there. I appreciate that. Farrah's a ghost. Yeah, autocorrect. Dang it. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny. All right, Elaine. Good night now. Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. I appreciate you being here. Really do. You're awesome. Need more chickens. Streamlabs is horrible. I, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna look into that restream though. Really am. Get into that. Seemed to be doing good for you, Patrick. I noticed that's what you were using. How long we been on here? We've been on here 2 hours. Me yakking. Jeez. I got music in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear the music in the background. It's across the street. They got it down low. But do me a favor. You got any tea made?
I do.
Okay, bottle of water, glass of water. Great. Whoa, what just happened? All righty, Patrick. You'd have to actually talk to Tammy about that one. I would love to myself. But yeah. Yeah, Tuesday's looking pretty decent. I think there's gonna be a whole lot more tornadoes yet to come. Um, I mean, heck, you know. Oh, by the way, y'all probably didn't see it, but if you're watching Storm Runner Media and DL was out chasing yesterday, um, that what he thought was a, just dust, like a dust devil, uh, like a little land spout. That was actually a tornado, um, which it really, even on the stream, it didn't look like it. But yeah, it was actually confirmed a tornado. He's like, wow, didn't even know it. Um, not it was pretty weak, but it still was. Oh, nice. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves tonight. Um, Pretty low key, not a lot going on anywhere. I mean, we've had a busy week, busy stretch of chasing, and we're getting back settled in. I've been opening every day this week at work, from anywhere from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock to 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's why I haven't done much. Just haven't. I get home and want to die, and
Yeah.
that'll all change next week. Um, but look, yeah, that's funny. Look deep into your heart. That sounds like a quote from Star Wars. All right. Yeah. Shoot it to me private on Discord. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, D-Man, I do. Actually, I accidentally did a vertical stream instead of a horizontal stream. And once you start it, unless you lose the stream, you cannot go back and fix that. So so we're doing a vertical. We're doing a vertical stream, and you know, it's not good for TVs. I will say that, but it is for the phone. I think it looks kind of cool. There's actually YouTube is coming out. I think we got a jet not ready to come over. Private jet. Um, YouTube is actually promoting now um, vertical streams. So, this might be one of those where I do these vertical versus obviously a chase stream. I'm going to want to do a horizontal, but they made it so that you can actually there's more ways to give on a vertical now. All I got to do is go set it up. This is actually the first vertical I've ever done. So you guys let me know in the chat what you think of the vertical stream versus a horizontal stream Fireside Chat. Let me know. If it's good for you, then we'll do it. We'll do this way and that. Alrighty, Fair. Thanks for joining us in a ghostly way. Yeah, Tammy's been getting up. She's had to take Ryan to work. Ryan's work is an hour away from us. So
And that's all concentration.
yeah.
Because Monday is when me and Mom are going to lessons.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bed.
Yeah, the chat is different. I agree. But it looks cool. It looks cool. Fireside Chat right below, or the fire is right below the chat. Yeah, big shout out to Tammy.
Okay.
You going to bed?
Yeah.
Oh, it's my fire now, huh? Ah, I can handle it.
I've been busting my butt all day.
Yeah, you have. Go to bed, son. You had a long day. Take the dog with you.
Sure.
Take Pooper Scooper. Rose can stay out. Yeah, shout out to Tammy. She's been up every day going to work and doing all that. I've been picking him up at night, except for one night, 2 nights. So, good night, honey. We'll be in a little bit. I don't know when. Might be an all-nighter. Who knows? Who knows what these hooligans are going to do? We might have a food fight. Nah. Oh, you're not going to bed yet? Oh. No, not yet. Okay. Tammy says she's not going to bed. Not yet. Not yet. I thought she was going to bed. But, man, I want you to look at that fire, how red that thing is. Isn't that cool? This actually really brings the fire out. And I'm probably 4 foot away from it. So that tells you how cool it is. Normally that fire I'd be sitting 6-8 feet away from it. Okay. Gotcha. But yeah, that and the wood's probably a little bit wet from all the rain. I'm actually surprised it's burning. Hey Darian, welcome in, buddy. Good to have you here. Glad to see everybody here in chat. We're up to 22 likes, 22 more likes than I ever expect on a fireside. Hey baby, you want up here? Come. Oh, kitty cat. Yes, got your kitty. Love it. Yes, Rose. Yes, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. When I see the lights go out, yeah, that's true. When the lights are out in the house, yeah, it's bedtime. But yeah, the thing is, and this was all by accident, guys. I really didn't plan a vertical stream tonight because I'm so used to doing the horizontal thing. But what do you think of it? Tell me what you guys think of the vertical. I know it's hard on if you're watching on a TV. However, I get my phone to do it. Phone won't do it. Okay, but what do you think? What do you think? These are your streams. What do you think? Okay. I hear an awesome. I see an awesome. What are you doing? You just got out of my lap, son. What are you doing? You just need to backspace. I got Stormy sitting here. Such love, buddy. Oh, guys, I do have something I do need to share with you. And it pains me to no end. Pains me to no end. And I've held off saying anything anywhere because I wanted to be sure. I am almost I'm 99% sure that we lost Dusty. Dusty took off one night. Normally she would stay out during the night and come back in the morning. We have not seen Dusty now for 3 weeks, so I'm pretty sure that we lost Dusty. I'm hoping that somebody took her in, but I got a feeling that she never made it. But Dusty was a great cat. 2.5 weeks, yeah. Yeah, it's a pain. It's and Stormy. Stormy misses her. The dogs even miss her. I mean, they still look for her. But Stormy's been he will not go outside of the yard. And I think we lost her when the tree went through the fence line. I think she got out that way. We have not found her. I mean, I don't know where she's at. But yeah. So we still got Stormy. He's still my buddy. Holly gives him grief all the time. I know. But I wanted to share that. So, it's all good. It's all good. But I hadn't said anything just because I wanted to make sure that, she's gone. She ain't coming back. Because she knew we were going on a trip. And that might have, just been what it was. Yeah, Kim. I am formally announcing that we lost Dusty. Dusty took off one night and never came home. Um, you know, so I'm hoping she's okay. My gut says otherwise. I don't know what happened. We haven't found her. So it's just kind of one of those things. But she was part of the stream, so I got to give due diligence to Dusty there. Anyways, I'm gonna do something. So you see those little hearts? Everybody see the hearts? Whoops. See the little smiley faces? See the confetti thingies? See the uh-oh? See that guy? See the 100? Do you know that those being taken off actually hurt your stream? They're actually there for a reason. It's called chat. Um, chat. Help me out, somebody. Chat interaction. People do those things. It means they're actually, if they're pushing those buttons, that means they're actually in the stream. So, just so you know. They don't have a big influence on it. Yeah, points. Yeah, D man, I'm hoping so. You know, I don't know if she got picked up. I I would hope somebody took her in, but you know, it's not uncommon. My God, you guys got a lot of points. I'm gonna have to figure out when we get back on our feet financially. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with those points. Figure out what to do with those points. Points are just kind of useless, but they're fun, just like Sparky. The good thing about doing the vertical, and I noticed this, it's kind of an FYI. It actually tells you how many people are in the chat and how many likes. I don't know if it is on your side, but it shows me on my side. So that's kind of cool. Yes, you do, Marcy. You rock. You rock the desert. Did you guys get any rain? Guys get any rain out of that last little bit? See, that's kind of cool. That lets everybody know, and that's just an added feature. Good. Hey, lesson learned. Lesson learned, Patrick. Yeah, lesson learned. Yeah, you'll find the right one. So I kind of like that feature because it's not when you do a horizontal stream, it's not that's not on a horizontal. So there's pluses and minuses for it. Tornado game we got. Oh yeah, we found a tornado game. We do need to play that. I we should. I could do a stream. We could do a family, stream. That would be hilarious. Sit at the dining room table and play a game of tornado. It's tornado something or other. We found it at a bargain hut thing. You got to have it. Um, yeah, you're right. You're right, Patrick. It was hobbies. You know, there's a something to be said about having a hobby. You know, aside from work and everyday life and stuff like that. I think my hobby is storm chasing and looking at clouds. I mean, I went to get Ryan at work yesterday, and we actually had a storm. Contrary to popular belief, but I believe it happened. We actually had a storm that had a really good wall cloud on it, and apparently that wall cloud produced a couple of funnels. Um, and here close to home, and when I went to get Ryan, because it's in like an hour away, and man, I was on my radar. I was like chasing that thing, even though I know I was never going to catch it. I was like, man, I wished I could. Oh man, and I was just all on top of it, watching the velocities as I was driving down through there and trying to figure out where I was in relation. Kind of doing a mock dry run of a chase. If you were chasing, what would you do? And because I'm still learning, I'm on radar scope, and so I was on radar scope I was using that cloud, which actually went severe warned, actually had rotation in it very briefly. So I was all up into doing that. Now that was so much fun. Then on a ride home, man, I tell you what, there was a cloud that if it could have gotten organized yesterday, oh, I would have turned that car around and we would have went after that thing because it was gnarly looking. It had an inflow that almost literally went to ground level, no rotation. I mean, it was, oh man, spectacular. And I could tell, I could see plainly where the boundary was, and I was like, man, these are on the right side of the boundary. They're doing the right things, and look out behind, coming home. Man, it was nothing but clear sky, and there was one little cloud way out in the distance. I was like, that's pretty cool looking because it looked like a mini supercell, and I was like, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Patrick, you're on the. I think what they do is they spend most of their time on the phone. I really do playing the games. They don't. You know. I don't know what they do if they do. Hey Joseph, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Glad you could join us. Welcome to my version of a fireside chat. So all we do is we sit and talk about whatever, and I feed off the chat, and we just go from there. But welcome in. This is your first time. Hopefully you subscribe. Oh, by the way, guys, we made it up to we surpassed 1,800 subscribers. We're up to 1,800, and I lost a couple, so it's 1,822 subscribers. Well on our way to 10,000. Hopefully, I can get to 10,000 this year. I think if I got on the right storm, got on some good storms, and got a couple chases in, back to back, and do some more of that, I think it would. I think we'll grow. I'm not really too worried about it. I'd rather be slow and steady and do what I do. Yeah, yeah, you may be right there, Patrick. It's not the cool thing to do. It's not, but I don't know. I mean, you know, um, I don't know. But yeah, we're moving right along. We picked up quite a few. I mean, that let me tell you, that ride home, we picked up quite a few subscribers on that one. Views are up, so but you know, oh heck yeah, you gotta mess around. You gotta find something to keep you occupied. If not, life would be very dull. Sit at home. Don't get me wrong. There are days, and there've been a lot of days lately where I don't want to do anything. And it's hard to get out sometimes. But you know, I like to piddle around the house and grab a chainsaw. I went the other day, my last day off. I got out, grabbed a chainsaw, finally got it running again, and cut up a bunch of wood that we're actually burning tonight. So Then it rained, and I was going to do a fireside chat, knowing we were going to go into a really busy spell for chasing, and that didn't work out because we got rain. We've had rain, and thank God we don't have any rain right now. Because man, I tell you what, we're about to float away here. Um, I've got standing water literally all around me. Tomorrow we're going to get up sometime in the morning. I've got a mound of dirt out in the pasture. We're just going to go shovel it and start filling in these holes and clean things up a little bit. But, oh yeah, D man. I mean, it's all no worries. I respect Ryan a lot because he's out there. He's one of the few that's always out there. You know, may not ever catch nothing, but he does. I mean, he's a good chaser. He knows his stuff. And I respect I respect him a lot. Um, but oh yeah, you like I said, I get on the right storm, and when nobody else is out there. See, and the problem is here's the thing about YouTube and storm chasers, because I pay attention to everybody. Um, I I pay attention. One of the things I do, and this is why I don't ever start my stream, and I hardly, unless I know I'm going to be able to do it. Um, I don't put them out there 2 or 3 days ahead of time. Um, but I do pay attention. What I do pay attention to is when they start. So if they're starting, say at 1 o'clock, you know, I'll try to have the stream set up like early in the morning, but set the stream and and set it for like half an hour ahead of those guys. Because what I found out was I've got all of them tagged in my setup, so that when they pop up, my stream pops up as well. So, it's sort of worked, but I um, so I pay attention to that. D man, I'll let you know. We'll talk about that later. I'll message you. Um, don't worry about it. But I do pay attention to that. And there again, you got to get on the right storm. Keep that one private, Patrick, because I'm not here to slander or slam anybody. Um, but you gotta it's all about timing. Even if you're chasing, it's all about timing. It's all about when everybody else is on. You guys gotta realize, and I pay attention. For instance, and I'm gonna throw a bunch of names out there, and I respect every one of them. When you get Reed Timmer, uh, you get Brandon Kopic, you get Vince Welty, you get um, Connor, uh, Stormrunner Media. You get all of those guys all on at the same time. That leaves very little of the pie left for us small guys. Um, and those that are moving faster, in the last little bit, well, there's a reason for it. They have the backup, you know. They've got people supporting them. So I pay attention to all of that, and it don't bother me. I mean, it does sometimes, but realistically, it doesn't, because ask Marcy what a big stream does. Creates a lot of problems. Um, yeah, Connor loves ditches. Uh, Um, but so yeah, Springfield. Ask Marcy, man. My stream blew up. I was literally the only one there streaming. I was on Evan. I remember we were on Evan Freiberger's. I was, that was what launched us. You know, uh, unfortunately, I haven't been able to get on a good storm other than the storm a couple weeks ago, and even then, it was like, yeah, whatever. I didn't have that many folks in there, but hey, we had a good time. Yep, I do. I do. And so, it's that's why I'm okay where I'm at. Um, I don't expect to be the big guy. I'm not out there every day chasing, raindrops and clouds. Uh, I can only chase when I can chase, and weather permitting. I do have bills that I'm trying to pay, and so yeah, I'm a part-time chaser. Is it a hobby? Of course it is. Do I do it, because it's a hobby? Yeah, I would class myself as a hobbyist when it comes to storm chasing. It is a passion of mine, and if you're passionate about something, you're going to do it. Um, so why not? Um, and D man, you make a great point there. I would love, and be honest, I would love for this right here, the fireside chats. I would love to see more moderators in here that are on the other streams. Not to slam dunk them or whatever. I would, because what it does, and I actually talked to somebody at my work about our fireside chats. I said, yeah, I live stream. I'm a storm chaser and I live stream, but also on the side of that, I do a fireside chat. And I said, what I do is I open the chat up for anybody, first and foremost. But I said, I've got a lot of moderators that are on other streams. And I said, what I've noticed is I wanted to give them a platform that they can decompress because, listen, if you've ever moderated for somebody on a big stream or anywhere, it don't have to be weather, anywhere, there are times, especially in the weather community, where you have to decompress. You have to be able to get away. You have to be able to talk about something else other than weather. But you need to be able to talk about what you saw or what you witnessed, or because listen, those guys that are out there chasing on the larger streams, I'm going to tell you something. They get tired. They get frustrated. They get wore out. They because they didn't catch the big storm of the year, or the tornado of the year, or the decade, or whatever. Um, that weighs on moderators as well, because as a moderator, what is our job is to keep the chat flowing, and that helps keep the stream going, which helps keep the you know gets everything in motion. And our job is to keep the trolls out, and when they're flying by, and you miss one, and that you can obviously tell who does a really good job and who really doesn't do a good job on their streams, and they're the more successful ones. Fortunately, on my side, I haven't had that. We had it, yes, Marcy. That's why I said let the stream go, because you're not going to keep. I only had one moderator. Come on those larger streams, you need to have 3 or 4, 5, 6 people moderating. Because not moderators aren't paid. It's volunteer, and when you're on a stream for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours, or all night if they so choose, um, you gotta be able to back away and walk away from that, and um, all the nastiness that's on there. So I would love for this to be, kind of a go-to thing, um, and just to decompress, and because there is something besides uh, being a moderator. you know. And if this could ever get going, man, I would absolutely, that would be the bee's knees to me, because I know there's a lot of moderators out there. You know, weather is not the only thing on YouTube that people are live streaming. You know, um, and it would just open up a more of a dialogue. You know, I would love for somebody like that does a lot of plane spotting. Get them guys in here and we can talk about airplanes and what, you know, what their experience is as a moderator, and kind of go there, or whatever, you know. I mean, there's there's so many live streamers out there that in different genres, um, and I think it would be really cool, you know. And then eventually branch out and get some of these, you know, say get a guy on here, you know, that's a storm chaser, you know, get Patrick on here, he's a storm chaser, um, you know. And we could then we could talk about the weather, get a guy who's spots planes, you know, get that guy on it, you know, kind of have a collaboration of everybody, you know. Give them the opportunity to shout out their craft. You know, we're, you know, part of being on YouTube is you are a creator, and if you're not creating something, your stream ain't gonna do nothing. So, you know, just trying to find your niche and trying to figure out where you're at and what you're doing, um, is a lot of the struggle, and that's why a lot of Casey, get out of there, get out of there. That's why a lot of streamers don't ever make it, because they haven't found their niche. Oh, baby, oh, baby, hey, Mr. Casers, yes, you good boy. Yes, get your lovins. Yes. You gonna go inside? You were by the fire. You got warmed up. Yeah, cold out here. Yeah. So that's my take. That's what I'd love to see happen. Yeah, not a problem. I mean, I'm not, you know, and I'm looking back at chat, and I'm looking at one of Patrick's comments there, and you know, I'm not I'm not all about religion. I mean, I am. Don't get me wrong. Oh my God, I just prayed, you know. But it's okay, you know. People got to realize we live in a world where diversity, at all facets of whatever that means, you know, it's okay to be who you are. I'm okay with it. Don't bother me. I don't mind, you know, getting into paranormal. I don't get into it, but I've had my experiences, you know, with paranormal. I could tell you um, things that would scare most people. All right. Um, that's what I want this channel to be. I want this fireside chat to be that, an outlet for whoever to walk in and say, "Hey, I want to talk about the ghosts that live in Hot Springs, Arkansas, in whatever." You know, um, tell those stories. Why not? We've talked about UFOs. We've talked about Sasquatch. That's why I put it in the deal. I mean, we talk about everything. It don't matter. Sure. Yeah, D-man. Sorry, I'm looking at chat. I'm going back through chat, but yeah, you can state an example of whatever. Go for it. I'm sure you probably did by the time I get done. AVL Airlines videos. Oh yeah, Tammy's a gamer. Leslie, thank you so much. Sorry I'm late. I just caught that. Oh, thank you, Leslie. Thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Huge win. Huge W. Leslie, appreciate it. Yeah, see, I mean, it's a trust thing. I mean, yeah, thank you, Patrick, for trusting us. Hey, trust me. I'm the type of guy you could come in here and you could talk about whatever as long as it's not incriminating or going to get me in trouble. I don't care. I don't care what you do, how you do it. There are some things I got to draw the line on, you know. But I'm not that guy that's going to be, I'm not going to browbeat you because you don't believe in God. Hey, it's okay. I'm good with it. Attaway. Ooh, welcome in, Attaway. Sorry, I'm just catching up to the bottom of the chat here. Oh, nice. Yeah, I watch Sky Ops and they're pretty cool people too. I mean that's a good channel. Oh, baby, I didn't mean to kick you. I didn't even know you were down there, baby. Oh. What? You got stream sniped? Oh no. What'd they do to you? They were watching your channel, right? Yeah, thank you, Annie. I think it's got a really good glow. We're doing really good. I haven't had to put any wood on it. What you doing, boy? Oh, really? Really? That's funny. That's funny. When I know they're doing it, when I know they're out and running around and they know I'm streaming, um, I I will definitely not help them. But you know, oh yeah, D man, that and that's another thing, and I'm going to tell you right now about chaser convergence. Um, oh, man, if I that would be a hard no for me. Um, I would not, even though I would want to be there on if there's one storm, man, I ain't gonna be a part of that party. That'll get you hurt, put you in the ditch, and I've seen it. Oh my gosh, so many times. People just doing stupid things without thinking about what they're doing, and it's like it's okay, and it's really not okay. I mean, got to have a little common sense out there on the road because ain't nobody out there gonna look after you but you. And I think that's where the maturity level comes in. Um, I'm sure it's a bunch of kids out there joyriding and thinking it's cool to be a chaser, or they're getting that one picture, to put in the local paper. But yeah, when it comes to chaser conversions, man, I am not going to be a part of that one. I will go the other way. I will say, nope, sorry, not today. Not today. That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Well, yeah, I mean, when it's OEM, if they ever, the thing is because I'm with Arkansas Skywarn, I'll tell them I'm streaming. I don't care. I mean, they, I know they watch, my stream because I'm a chaser for them and that. Um, but I've had cops follow me around. I know what's going on. Huh? Wow. See, that's crazy. Yeah, Julie, I like the circle. I mean, it's pretty good. Y'all know me. I jump around whoever's on, support the little guys. Um, and Yeah, Marcy, the community as a whole, I tell you what, and I'll be quite honest with you. There's a bunch of kids out there that they like to tear each other up, and they get slammed, body slammed pretty hard. And you see it, in the streams, and I've noticed this is there's a bunch of chasers out there. They got to be kids, man. That's all I can say is you know, um, if I come up on somebody, and I'll be honest, if I come up on somebody, and I saw this in a stream, if I come up on somebody that's sitting in the middle of the road, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're my best friend. I don't care if you're a chaser friend. If you're sitting in the middle of the road, parked outside of your vehicle, um, first thing I'd probably do is stop and tell you get the heck out of the road. I mean, come on. First of all, that's illegal, and second of all, you're in the storm. It's not very good common sense. Kind of have a teaching, training, coaching moment. Um, Whoever, old or new. Um, without body slamming them and say, hey, that's not cool, man. Um, you know, Try not to do that because that's how people get hurt. And we're at the end of the day, I want to come home with all my body parts and say, hey, I just saw one of the greatest tornadoes on the planet Earth. Um, uh, you know, I want to be able to do those. Oh man, D man, pardon me. Um, yeah, I wish people wouldn't do that either. That's pure ignorance right there. I'm sorry, but that's public, and you're not going to teach that. You're not going to be able to keep them from doing that. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I actually probably was in your stream when that happened. I was like, what? Or the other thing is you got to watch people cutting in front of you. Turning in front of you. It's like I saw that on a stream, and I thought the guy was just about. I can't remember who I was watching or where it was at, but guy was going like it was like an intersection or something. This guy pulled right out in front of him. It's like what the heck? I've had that happen to me. I mean, heck, they've turned right in front of me, and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I do. Yeah, yeah. People on overpasses. Yeah, you got to make them. You know, if they only really realize that you're about to kill somebody, you're not doing yourself a favor either. All righty, Leslie. I appreciate you being here and spending time with us on the Fireside Chat. Have a good one. Yeah, yeah. I tell Tammy to go take care of it. You're right. You're right. Go take care of it. Um, uh-oh. Go get him, Marcy. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him. No, that's cool. That's a-okay. Where are we at? Believe it or not, since I've started this stream, I lost one subscriber. I think that's hilarious. 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 You know, Kim, at some point, yes, we will do s'mores out here. We will have a s'more cook-off. Actually, I want to do the s'mores like during the day so you could actually see what they look like, instead of balls of flame. Like I know David loves his burned up. I know Ryan, and so does Tammy, I think, if I'm not mistaken. They like theirs burnt. Man, I like mine golden creamy. Yeah, golden brown, not charcoal. Cannot stand charcoal. Charcoal and sugar just don't do it for me. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, that would be, yeah. Yeah, Marcy, you go right ahead. You go right ahead. You uh, post them right up there for you. Yep. 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 Guys, would you believe we've been on here for 2 hours, 3 hours, almost? Yeah, 2 hours. That's really funny because it on the clock it says we've been on here for 50 minutes past midnight. So it kind of starts the clock over. Not really, but yeah. Thank you, D man. You're right. It does. There's just something about charcoal and sugar. They don't mix. They do not mix. Yeah. See, Tammy loves hers burnt too. I just no. That ruins it. Trying to see how many dogs I got left out here. I got casers out here. Let's see, Rosie, she must have gone in. Roper just went in. I got Casey boy out here. Yeah, I mean, charcoal's really not that good for you. I mean, it is, yes, sort of. There's certain parts of charcoal that are good for you, but not really. Let's see if I can get Casey over there. Casey. There's Casey. He's sitting there by the fire. Like, yeah, good fire. No, Annie's from. Help me out, Marcy. Annie is from New Zealand, Australia, somewhere down there. She's Kiwi, yeah. And they actually don't make s'mores, and so during New Zealand, yeah. So we in one of the streams we were talking about s'mores and I basically told her. She goes, well, what's a s'more? And I said, s'more is a graham cracker with a chunk of Hershey's milk chocolate wafer bar and a golden, uh, you know, on the fire, marshmallow. And she's like, "Wow, we don't have those here." And I go, "You got to try it." So what does she do? She went the next day or whenever, and she goes, "Yeah, we don't have graham crackers, but we had cookies." And I said, "Hey, that works." I said, "You might be onto something and never know it." And she said they were actually pretty good. So that's kind of cool. I got 3 dogs and a cat. I have 2 dogs. I don't know. I only see 2 dogs. I've got Casey and Roper. Holly went in the house. Where's Casey? Casey's over there. No. Yeah, Stormy's out here somewhere. I don't know what he's doing. He's wandering around somewhere. He won't go far. I only see Casey. I know Roper's out here. There you go. See, we're onto something. We just started something. We get something going on down in New Zealand. Yeah, that would be really cool. That would be cool. Yeah, Rose is out here somewhere. She's not around me. I don't know where she's at. What's your conundrum, Patrick? What you got going on? Talk to me. Hey, get over here. My alarm system just went off. Sorry, guys. Ooh, man. Patrick, that would be kind of rough because the only way a good Chicago pizza is good is when they're hot. um, yeah, there's Rose. She's on the other side. Get over here. Out. Um, yeah, I don't know how you do that one. Um, I don't know how to tell you to do that. Um, that would be one I don't have an answer for. I mean, yeah, dry ice, but if you can't. I don't think you can. I don't think you can ship food. Hey, Darian, welcome back. Yeah, I mean you know, but if they can get it right, see, Chicago style pizzas are like way different than anything it, than anywhere. Um, a true Chicago pizza is you got to have them done where they're at, pretty much. Exactly. Seeing that's the problem. Footage. Hi, buddy. Baby. I found Stormy. Stormy's right here. Meow. Meow. Talk to her. Meow. There you go. There you go. So what? Speaking of pizza, thin crust or thick crust? Thin crust or thick crust? Which is best? Oh yeah, pineapple. Yeah, I do pineapple on pizza. Gotta have pineapple. Pineapple on pizza. As long as it's true Canadian bacon. Oh, come on. I gotta get my boot on. Yeah, baby. Hi. Hi, baby. You trying to tell me it's time for bed? Is that what you're trying to do? Huh? Well, come here. Hi, Roper. Hi, Roper. Hi, baby. Storm like pizza. Yeah, Stormy will eat. He'll eat the crust. Ooh, deep dish. Yeah, gotta love deep dish. All right. So if it's deep dish, stuffed crust, or just thick crust pizza, maybe. You're just chilling with us, huh? Get your love. Yeah. D man's odd man out on the pizza on the pineapple. uh, D man, I'm sorry. I grew up in Washington State, and man, that was all they made was because of we could get pineapple so cheap. It was on every pizza we had. Oh, that's just hilarious. So I have managed to be able to read, even though I'm streaming. This is actually working out very good. Oh, Julie's. Oh, hey. Ah, hey, Julie's there, right there with you, D man, on the no pizza, no pineapple. Yeah, yeah. Stormy will eat pretty much anything Tammy gives him. Food wise, I mean, he eats potato chips. It's quite hilarious. Um, he'll eat potato chips. He eats pizza. He eats whatever biscuits. He'll eat it. He's not shy. He's not shy. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Marcy's starting stuff about pineapple. Oh, Kim's not a pineapple lover either.
Hey,
Hey,
but he won't take it from anybody else.
that's true. This is true. This is true. Stormy will not take food from anybody else but her. Every now and then he'll let me feed him. He'll eat a chip here and there. Yeah, that's because that was Portland. That was Portland. Good pizza places. I tell you what, are really hard to find. I'll tell you what I like, and man, I got onto these when I actually lived up in Washington. It's what they call a calzone. Y'all know what calzones are. They're basically a stuffed pizza, and man, I used to get these calzones that were, my God, they were probably 12 inches long, 8 inches wide, and about 4 inches thick. And oh God, I mean, it was like two meals. You literally could not eat the whole thing in one sitting. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny, Annie. I'm vegetarian. Oh my gosh. Ooh, no anchovies. Ooh, no. I was gonna make a comment on the anchovies. No, no to the anchovy. Sorry, fish does not belong on a pizza. No, no. Alrighty. Shoot it. Let me. Yeah, shoot it. Shoot it to me over on Discord, Patrick. Yeah. Hey guys, if you guys come across something in a book or something and you want me to read it, shoot it to me on Discord, and there you go. Tornadoes are pretty much like people. They are born, they have careers, they die, and they go to heaven. Yeah, that's pretty much the life of a storm. They're very short lived. I like that. That's a good. That's actually a good quote. I actually like that. Yeah, I just pinned it up there. Whoops. What did I just do? Not a problem, Patrick. Not a problem. Yeah, I just pinned it. I think that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But yeah, guys, if you got something like that, shoot it to me, DM. I'll read her off, read it off if you want me to. It's all good. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Oh, sounds good. Sounds good, Patrick. Yeah, you're drinking and not sharing. That's shameful. Nice. Yeah, I don't want none of that. That would get me into trouble. Besides, it's illegal here in Arkansas to do that unless you have a card, medical card. Patrick. I got to be honest with you. When I lived up in Wyoming, I had this great idea. I wanted to go and open up, or I mean, literally right across the Wyoming Colorado border when they legalized marijuana, and I wanted to go open up like a gas station where all they sold was chips of various different kinds, for the munchies as kind of a joke. And I was like, man, I could make a fortune on that, because everybody traveling through Wyoming obviously goes to Colorado because it's illegal in Wyoming. And he's like, yeah, get your munchies on the way back. That's funny. It's been a long time. Been a long time. I can tell you some funny stories about that. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I totally get it. Totally get it. Hey, man, we're up to 23 lights. How about that? That's awesome. Guys, I'm going to step away for just a minute. I got to stretch my legs a little bit. Fire's still going pretty good. Ain't got to fool with that. I will be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back, Carter. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see. What did I miss while I was gone? Stretching me legs. No, I had to stretch my legs. Local products. What kind of local products? Yeah, Patrick, that's pretty funny right there. Make a liar. Yeah. That is pretty funny. Yeah, but and it's true because how many times you've been chasing, you look at the storm, come on, it's gonna do it, and then it dies. And it's like liar, liar, fooled you, psych. That's what's so funny is you watch enough of these people chasing and that, and they get all upset because they um, didn't catch something. I'm like, yeah, but you were out there, dude. You were out there in it. And why are you all mad? Yeah, it was a bust. You know, true. Don't get me wrong. It is disappointing when you drive 9,000 miles to go catch a tornado and you don't get one. And then you got to look at it kind of like, okay, you got to sit back and really process and go, you know what? I still had a great time. I got to see some things that I didn't normally get to see. So when it at the end of the day, it's all still cool. It's all good. Are you joking? Oh man, that's funny right there. really? Yeah. Never heard of them. Yeah, nothing. Yep. 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 See, and that's the funny part. You know, that's weather for you. Got all the right ingredients, and then it's like, yeah, it just leaves you hanging. Like, okay. And then you get thumped by a baseball or something like that. It's like, where did that come from? Come on, what monkey is up there chucking rocks? Jeez, golly, that's low. That is low. Huh? Vermeer. Never heard. Never heard of. I remember eating blue. Anybody remember eating bluebell potato chips? Man, I gotta. I, I might have to go and rescue a possum. I don't know. We'll leave it up there. Nice. Yeah, Stormy needs loving. Yeah, you know, aren't the little dust bowls aren't they classified though as oh god, what are they, gusnado, which technically is a tornado. I think I just either had a raccoon or a possum in one of my garbage cans, which, yeah, I may have to go rescue a possum here. Get over here. Leave it. Rose. Roper. But water spouts are exactly they're a water based tornado.
Now! Come on!
Water spouts are water based tornadoes, but they are classified as water spouts, and
Rose?
they actually have their own classification where you know, because they don't do any damage or anything, so you can EF5 them.
Rosie?
Get in the house. Go on.
Dusty?
Um, but yeah, that's what they are.
Come on.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that's cool, Annie. I don't think I've ever seen a water spout. Um, but I know you can. I know they're reported and recorded. So because what makes a land spout or not a land spout, but a water spout is when they get on land. If they're not inhibited, they then can turn into a tornado. So yeah, you gotta watch out for that. Oh, I'm sorry, Kim. Too much excitement. Too much excitement. Yeah, I remember you saying something about that in one of your streams, Patrick, about how the Navy used to shoot tornadoes or water spouts. That's funny, trying to disrupt them.
Come on, Rosie.
Yeah, it's probably a possum. I got a flashlight here, Ryan. You want a flashlight? Now I'm gonna go see if what's out there. Hey, I hear myself.
You want to give me a light?
Hey, Jeffrey. Oh, hi. Ooh, okay. Hey, Jeffrey.
What's wrong with you?
She's got the stream on next to me. She's going out to check on what was in the garbage. Whew. Hey, Jeff. Welcome in. Oh no, we catch all of the night owls. This is a night owl stream actually. These streams we have been known to go until like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning just watching a fire and talking about whatever. About whatever. Nah, we got people from all over the place. All righty, D man. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Appreciate you, man. We're glad to have you here, Jeffrey. We are glad to have you here. Man, I can hear Tammy's phone all the way over here. Yeah. Hey, and we haven't lost service. Phone's not gonna die, at least not right away. Let's see where I'm at on. Oh yeah, we got lots of time. We could go till 3 or 4 o'clock. I don't plan on being up that late though. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning, yesterday morning. Oof. Yeah, I hear you, D man. Yeah, Jeffrey. What are your thoughts on pineapple on pizza? Thin crust or thick crust? Pan pizza? Mm-hmm. Who was it? Who was it? What was it?
Trying to figure out how Roper got out back when he was just in the house.
Back gate? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, well. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's one of those kind of books. Yeah, so you gotta watch some of those old books. They will drop things. 1949. I love old books, and I have collected a bunch of old books, just because they're old.
Dogs are going to have to stay in. That was a coyote.
That was a coyote?
Yeah. Because all our dogs are in the house.
Really?
Because I thought it was Roper.
A coyote in the backyard?
Yeah.
Seriously? Do you see him?
I don't know if Ryan did or not.
Wow, they're getting pretty brave. Getting hungry is what it is.
Yeah.
And that might be what's getting his chickens. Uh-huh. Farah, you're back. Farah times Farah squared. I like that. Yeah, I don't want a coyote around. They are not welcome on my property. Because that might have been what could have been what got Dusty. We do have coyotes around, but I haven't seen a coyote around here. I mean, you can hear them off in the distance. But really, that's crazy. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Well, hey, I'm glad you're here. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Wow. Yeah, Annie. It would. It would. My dogs are very protective of this property. I would not want any one of my dogs to tangle with a cow. I'm pretty sure the cow probably wouldn't make it. Rosie, for one, would have him for lunch. Roper definitely would have him for lunch, and he's fearless. Uh, but yeah, any coyotes is yeah, not a not a good thing. And how he got in our yard, I'd have no idea. Because we've got 6 foot fence around the property. You'd have had to jump over the fence. The only way he could have got in would be on one of the fences going out to the pasture. You'd have had to jump about a 4 or 5 foot fence. So I mean, it's doable, yeah, but not likely. Well, what'd you come up with? Huh? Yeah. Hey, Kaylee, welcome in. Welcome to the After Hours, um, Wind Dancer Media's version of a fireside chit chat. Sorry, I'm looking at chat again. I got behind. Yay, happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Glad to have you here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Smash that like button if you haven't. Thanks for being here. Awesome. Here it is, 1:15 in the morning Central Daylight Savings Time. We're sitting in just north of Little Rock, Arkansas. Sitting out in front of a campfire, out in my front yard actually. We like to do these every now and then, just see what's going on, especially after big weeks of chasing and lots of storms and that. We pretty much talk about everybody and everything. Well, we don't talk about everybody. We talk about anything and everything. You're more than welcome to come in. All opinions are okay. We all have them. and it's okay to agree to disagree in this chat. This is open chat. Moderators, yes, are in blue, and they will take care of business if it ever got out of hand. However, right now my moderators are not modding so much. But it's great to have everybody in here. I feed off of the chat, so whatever you guys are talking about, that's what I'm talking about, and I just kind of fill in. Yep, Marcy's off duty. She needs a break. Not that we've been real active lately. It's been pretty slow. Yeah, I will. I'll make sure he'll come in. I don't know where he took off to, but he'll come in. He'll be all right. Hey, filters are off. All filters are off. I mean, you can talk about whatever you want to in here. It don't matter to me. It ain't like it's gonna hurt my stream. It don't matter. Uh, yeah. I keep an eye on it. I'm not too confident. Like I said, we were supposed to have big storms yesterday, and I didn't get a well. No, we had rain in the morning, which actually I was kind of mad when it rained because it just made it hot. Had we not had those storms, however, if we didn't have that storm in the morning, we definitely would have been in for some fun last night. But it pretty much took everything out, and the 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 boundary, it just nothing could ever get started. But yeah. Yep, like I said, my mods are get mom in trouble. Don't get mom in trouble. Don't you get mama in trouble. So Kaylee, are you like pineapple on pizza? Is that a yay or a nay for you? And it's a two-part question. And do you like uh, deep dish or thin crust? Thin crust. Mm-hmm. Those are the two questions for the night. Woohoo! Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're not a pineapple on pizza person, huh? Don't know what you're missing. Don't know what you're missing. But it's only good with true Canadian bacon. That's the way it's only. Yep. But oh, guys, it's about my bedtime. It's way past my bedtime, actually. Be out here probably a few more minutes. Might call it a night. I don't know. I'll go as long as you guys want to go. I'm not on Steam, so that wouldn't do me a bit of good. Oh, Kaylee, from your favorite pizza place, because there's so many different pizza places, but they all have deep dish and they all have thin crust. So. That's funny, Patrick. That's so hilarious. Some of actually, some of my before storm chasing became storm chasing back. See, guys, I went to University of Wyoming back in the '80s, so I'm kind of dating myself there. And I used to watch lightning. I love lightning, and I used to watch. I seen some of my best remembered storms were up in Wyoming. There's my stormers. Yeah, you're all right. I have seen lightning chase around a horseshoe around a we were in the valley, and it was kind of a like a funnel shape went into a canyon. And I remember watching lightning go around the rim of the canyon. Yeah, that was pretty freaking cool. um, it was red, and it just totally lit up, and it never really boomed, and it was right on the top of the rim of the canyon. I remember it striking down, and just traveled around. It was like, whoa. And hey, Bill, welcome in. Yeah, I'm old. What can I say? Hey, Bill, welcome in, buddy. Good to have you here. Stormy's in my lap, by the way. Um, that was a pretty cool experience. I remember going out in Laramie and going out watching lightning storms. Right, you go drive around in them. We get watching things, and I remember watching. I was driving out. We're out by the golf course. If you know Laramie and you know where the golf course is at, there's a place out there. It was right on the golf course, and they had these shrubs out on the green. And I remember watching. I had a lightning bolt strike just off to my right, and I looked through my side glass in the little pickup truck that I was in, and I literally watched a shrub get obliterated by a lightning bolt. And I was like, man, that is so cool. you know, I was chasing before chasing was cool, and now it's even cooler because I halfway know what I'm doing. Um, and I've got great friends like Patrick that get me there and teach me some things. Amish potato salad. Hey. Hmm, that's interesting. Very interesting. What you doing, Stormers? Hmm? What's she doing? What's she doing? Guys, I'm impressed. We've got 15 folks in here. We got 24 likes. Doesn't get any better than that. We all having a good time? Are we all having a good time on this Friday night, late night? Yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm sort of losing my voice, but it's all good. I'll do it for you guys. Fire's got a nice embery glow to it. Not tonight, Bill. Not tonight. Not tonight. This actually we did. I did this stream on a very spur of the moment thing. I thought about it earlier in the day, and I was like, nah, wood's still wet. And I said, Ryan, go start a fire. I'll start the stream. We did a little prayer thing. Start out, give him some time, and that. Here we are. Ben Franklin. Yeah, yeah. No, no, I'm not. I would not be a Ben Franklin. I would not be that guy to put a key on the end of a kite. Even though I fly kites, I would do not recommend that. Do not recommend that. As far as I know, yes, Bill. As far as I know, I hope and pray he got some rest tonight or today, being a non-chase day, because the next probably I don't know if they're going to chase tomorrow or not. I haven't heard. Uh, Hopefully he can get a couple of days rest. I know I'm pretty sure Garrett will probably be out with somebody, probably Freddie, because DL's kind of quarantined himself, which is smart. Water balloon. Um, so I hope he gets better. You know, it is very funny, Patrick, that you say that, and I got a story I want to share with you without disrupting everything. Um, Back in, gosh, 90, I guess it was 96, 97, I messed my back up really, 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 really bad. And I went in, I had an MRI done, and it was really, really quite hysterical what happened during that MRI. And while I was in there, of course, they played music for you and all of this, and I actually thought I was asleep. And I had a vision. I had a vision dream, is what they call it. And I in the I'm going to tell you the vision. Not that it matters, but it's what happened afterwards. But in the vision, I was walking in this big, huge open field. There was a line of oak trees, old growth oak trees. So it was kind of like a crossing over, like into heaven, if you will. Clear blue skies. There was a few clouds fluttering around, and I looked out and I saw this figure out in this field, and it was a wheat field, not just a pasture field, but it was a real wheat field. But the wheat, I'm 6'3", so up to my arms in wheat, and I was walking along, and I was just touching the tops of the wheat, and it was so cool. And when I got closer to the figure, I realized who it was, and it was Jesus. And I literally, I'm not going to go into the detail of that, but I mean, I could tell you what Jesus looked like. Not his face, but I could tell you, the sandals are real, the the nail scars are real. Um, so long story short, so I get out of that, and I had tears in my eyes, and I was like, and so I asked the lady when we got all done, I was like, man, was I crying in there? She goes, no. Matter of fact, you are the first person that was so calm, it was like you were at peace. And this was after being off work about 12, 13 weeks with basically a bro. I couldn't move. My back hurt so dang bad. And I was like, wow. Well, I get out. My then wife, we were talking. She looked at me and she goes, you are different. I go, what do you mean? It's me. I'm a baseball cap, and I had a big beard then. And she goes, no, it's like you're glowing. And I'm like, glowing? Really? I said, describe it. And she described me as looking like Moses in the Ten Commandments movie. When he went up to the mountain, he had met God, and he come back down. And remember, now most people don't catch that, but he walked up. His hair was actually dark brown. When he came back, his hair was golden white. And I was like, really, Moses? So it's funny you said that, because that just reminded me of that little ditty. But I've had a lot of experiences like that. No, no. Um, Although Jim, or Bill, I have watched that movie, and you know that's an excellent. It's a great movie. Um, but it's just a depiction, you know. It's a movie. Have I always been religious? Ooh, religious. Religious, I would say no. I am not religious. Am I a believer in God? Yes. Do I believe in God? Yes. Religious? Yeah, probably not. Um, there is a right there are two religions out there. There is the what you call religious, and then there is a religious sort of where it's straight biblical in that sense, yes. But being religious, no, 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 no. I do not agree with half of the churches. Um, because, be quite honest with you, there's a lot of them that are very hypocritical. And I'm not saying I'm the best, and I'm not saying they're the best or the worst. I'm just saying most what I have seen, and I could go and I could tell you stories of what I have seen and witnessed, and it's like, yeah, no, church, yeah, not for me. I don't need a church. I have I can have church in my pasture. I can have church in my house. I can have church wherever I am at. I can have church during a thunderstorm. To me, yeah, that's where it's at. Religious. Being religious, seeing it's a fine line because it's um, oh man, now you're gonna make me get into scripture. Jesus talks about religion. All right. Um, the reason why he went into the temple and he cleared the temple was because of the religion in the temple was wrong. Um, the religious of the temple were way wrong because they tried to kill him. They didn't see it. Um, the but he does define religion or religious as being, if you follow, if you believe, most of all if you believe, then it is. Um, exactly, exactly. Man, Annie, you hit it right there. I have so many friends that are cowboys. Now, when does a cowboy have the time to go to church? They don't. And you can talk to any one of the any cowboy. Man, they all believe in God, but their church is out on the prairie. Yeah. The rules. Eh, if you follow them the best you can. I mean, we've been, here's the thing about rules is when it comes to God, we have 10 rules. That's it. And are you going to follow them to a T? No, we're human. You always got to remember we're human. Um, you know, are you know, are we going to be able to follow every rule? No. I've broken several of them, but does that make me a bad guy? Does that make me not any more or less? No. I have known a lot of folks that have followed every one of them rules to the T, and they just as bad as I am. Seriously, you know. Kaylee, open chat. Yeah, we talk about whatever. We can discuss anything from religion, politics, Sasquatch, pizza, pineapple on pizza, whatever. Um, I can be very deep in my faith. Um, I'm not ashamed anymore, so to speak. I mean, you got to know when and where. Um, but the thing about being faithful um, to what you believe, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to say, nope, that's not for me. I have my reason. Hey, I was talking to a we have Catholic ministers come in, and they're great people. Love them dearly. And we were talking one day. I said, "Yeah, I was raised in the Episcopal Church." And I said, "But I left." And he goes, "Well, why is that?" I said, "Because that particular denomination went to the far left, and it wasn't the church I grew up in. So it's all good, all good." Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, now where's God in all of that? Yeah, hiding behind faith. Yep, you see it every day, and that truly is what gives Christianity a bad name. It really is. Um, and I'm not here to browbeat anybody in that. Hey, I was excited when the Catholics got a new pope. I mean, I I think it's awesome for them. That's what they want to believe. Do I believe it? No. Will I ever go there? No. Um, Listen, I remember my dad, my mom and dad, devout Episcopalians. I grew up in the Episcopal church. I used to be an altar boy. Great times, great memories. I mean, those really were the days for me. And you know, I remember the day. I remember the day I got saved. All right. When I truly I had a lot of questions as a kid. I mean, we talked about a lot of things in church, but we never really got down to the nitty gritty of the Holy Spirit. They never would talk about the Holy Spirit like they were afraid of it. And I went to a church one day, and I found myself in front of the altar, and I gave my heart to the Lord. And that was April 19th, 1989. And I remember telling my dad, "Dad, I got to tell you, you know, not thinking of the repercussions because I was so excited that I'd become a true believer, a true child of God, that I told my dad, and he goes, my dad, my dad, pretty straightforward, tell you like it is, without thinking. He goes, "You really believe that stuff?" Like, "Yeah, Dad, I do. Here, let me tell you about it." And he didn't want nothing to do with it. But the thing is he never told me it was wrong. He says, "It's your life. You do what you need to do for you. I don't care where you're at. If you don't want to believe in God, that's cool with me. I'm okay." Oh, I missed something. But yeah, so you know, do I distinguish Catholicism from Christianity as separate or the same? That's a very good question. I would step on a lot of toes. I I I would venture to say that no. I'm going to say it. You heard it first from me. I do not. I think they believe in a God. Um, I think that they it's a fine line, and I really, that's one part of it that I don't really like to get into because, I'm not here to browbeat or anything, but because my personal opinion, I would say no, and I've got to be honest with that. um, Not that I think what they are is I think they're misguided. All right, they've taken the Bible and they've totally misconstrued everything. um, Sorry, I'm going to step on toes. But that is an excellent. Um, next one. Where is God when tornadoes happen? God is right in the middle of them. Right in the middle of them. I was asking myself that earlier. Where's God in a tornado? I'm right in the middle of it. Um, he is the creator of all things. Um, did the pillar of a fire, and was there not a pillar that went before Moses? Yeah, I think there was. It's in the Bible. Um, and I'm not saying you got to be, I don't, it don't matter to me. I don't care where you're at, as long as you're having a good time and might be learning something. Who knows? I was. Oh boy, knowing me when I was an altar, I was the bee's knees, man. My minister, bless his heart, I loved the man dearly. He taught me a lot of things, and let me tell you, that guy, he would mess with me. Oh man, whoa. Growing up as a teenager with that guy was like, wow. Um, yeah, the thing is back then I took it very serious. This is all I knew until I got older, and I experienced God firsthand. Yeah, and Patrick, that is way cool. I have no problem with that. Joseph Smith's Golden Bible. I could tell you some stuff about that one. That is way not right. I was born in the Mormon church. Um, my mother was a devout Mormon. Um, my dad, bless his heart, when they got divorced, that's when he became an Episcopalian, and I'm telling you, that was a battle. I know quite a bit about the Mormon Church, and I will tell you they are just not where it's at for me. Um, they have done some very wrong things. Beep beep. Um, so yeah, you know, I'm I am the guy that would be classified as one that would tell the truth. I'm going to step on toes when it comes to my faith, when it comes to um, churches. Um, I they serve a purpose. All right, I'm just going to lay it out there. The thing about going to church and churches and all the different denominations out there is they serve a purpose. And that purpose is to um, turn you into something that is not what was meant to be. Um, if you were to read the Bible, and I mean read the Bible with, an open heart, whether you're atheist or not, I don't care. You would find that Jesus didn't, it wasn't about religion. His whole goal was to save us from ourselves. Okay. Um, he wasn't, he trust me, the man did. I mean, yes, he was God, but you've all, and I could get into a lot of trouble with a lot of theologians if I went there, but I can throw it out there, and anybody reading this, if you want to talk to me about it, I'd be happy to talk to you privately. People don't realize, and I don't even think theologians realize, that Jesus was human as well. Not that he was a bad guy, not that he did bad things, but he did things that only a human would do. God wouldn't do. Um, I will give an example. Did Jesus not disobey his parents? Did he get mad? Yeah, he did. When he went into the temple and overthrew the tables, he was pretty outrageous. I've had like 20 years experience of studying all of these things and reading them and reading the Bible, and I read it for what it's worth. I don't try to read into it what it's not, and keep it in context. And I think a lot of folks get things out of context. It's kind of like going, all right, it's kind of like getting on say Twitter, if you're on Twitter, or Facebook even. You could type something and absolutely mean whatever you mean, and somebody will come right behind you and knock that sucker out of context. And what happens? Your name is slandered. I've seen it more than once. So what has happened is all of these different people believed in God at some point, but they've taken it all out of context. They've added to, taken away, made things up, to the point where, oh man, that sounds like, that's a good thing, when in reality it's not the right thing. Those are my thoughts. If you want to talk about it a little more in depth, you can always DM me, and we sit down and have a conversation about it. But it is just what it is, and I will call it what it is. Alrighty, it must. Oh yeah, lights are out, so it must be about bedtime for Roper. I think Mom's wanting to go to bed. the twist is that the tablets contain instructions to build a supercomputer. Nah, I doubt that. I doubt it. Yeah, Bill. That's a whole different subject right there, because first of all, talking about the ark, um, how did, and for those that believe, I want you to think about this. how did Noah get all of those animals in the world on that boat? How did that happen? When did that happen? That's another story. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock here in the morning. Hey, Earth, welcome in. Welcome into the party. Yeah, we're talking a little bit of biblical type stuff. Appreciate you here. I'm sorry I'm keeping it low because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm out in my front yard watching a fire, and you all are in here with me, uh, keeping it going. So I'm talking kind of low, yeah, for a reason because it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and my front porch is on, lights on, and I'm sitting in my front yard. We may transfer this to the backyard, a little more quiet, but anyway. Oh, we're all weird a little bit. Cool beans, Patrick. Cool beans. Yeah, I'll probably jump on in your stream Sunday. Probably Tuesday and Monday and Tuesday. Probably not so much because I'll be at work. Alrighty, Farrah. Farrah squared. Appreciate you being here. Oh no, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Give her a big hug. Tell her thank you for what she does. 2x2. Yeah. So, yeah, they went 2x2, but how did he get them? How did Noah get all the animals on the ark that were in the world? Got to think about that. I want you to think about that because that is a whole at a whole different level, a whole different subject that people tend to pass over. You know, they don't think how it had to go down, and when did it happen? You got to realize that too. Got to remember that. Got to remember that. Things as we see it today weren't that way. When did that happen? No popcorn. Sorry. Yeah, we got a lot of cool peeps in here, that's for sure. All over the world. Alrighty, Patrick. Get some rest, buddy. You're gonna need it. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah, shoot them to me. Sorry, I'm looking at chat. No jets tonight. No C-130s. That's why I'm being quiet because normally I'd have to be talking really loud. But yeah, no C-130s flying over tonight. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. They don't ever tell me nothing. Nice. Yeah, I'll try to check back. I'll try to check in Monday as I can. Night, Kaylee. Good night, Patrick. Have a great night, guys. Get some rest. Now you're thinking, Annie. Now you're thinking, Annie. Now you're thinking. Yeah, think about the different animals. Think about the birds, because if you read it, it says all animals, all creeping things, all flying things, except for fish. Well, because they would be in the ocean. But yeah, think along that line. What? How did he do that? How is that possible? I can tell you. Yeah, Roper says it's bedtime. Well, you got to remember, and I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind chat. I'm trying to read everybody's comments here. The thing you always got to remember, Bill, about a movie like that, that was actually a really good movie, but it was a movie. It's Hollywood. Think about Hollywood and Christianity. Yeah, they don't really play well. So that was all, a bunch of bogus crap, because that really was, it's not in the Bible. Um, um, so I apologize for that, Earth. I'm being very quiet because it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm at my front yard, and I don't want to wake my neighbors up. They might get a little mad at me, but we're gonna go a little bit more. I finally caught up. Uh, how long were they on the ark? 40 days and 40 nights. Yeah, there you go. Now, and you see, I got that thinking going on. Um, I try. I would be put in jail if I did that around here. If I sang, oh, Tammy would shoot me. Um, no, I'm not gonna howl like no wolf. Nope, 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 nope. Not doing it. Not doing it. Um, yeah, yeah. I don't do shanties. Sorry, guys. That's a Garrett thing. But yeah, that'll blow your mind, Annie, when go back and read that, and then think about how he did that, and then yeah, if you want more, if you want to learn more about it, I certainly I can fill in the gaps a little bit. Yeah, I love shanties. I listen. There's some Irish guys that I listen to. I think they're pretty cool. Couldn't tell you their name. I just like their music. Um, but yeah, go back and read that. You want a good lesson. Go back and read that, because people tend to miss it. Oh yeah, hey, Noah put all these critters on this boat, and they floated out to sea, and they didn't have nothing for 40 days and 40 nights. Now that's symbolic, obviously, but how did he do it? The Bible doesn't tell you how he did it. He tells you he built the ark, gopher wood, and pine sap. Really? Kind of fascinating stuff. Uh-huh. A metaphorical story. You're right. It is. You're so true. The thing about the Bible, it's history. It's written history. All centered around one man trying trying his best to make life easy from his ancestors all the way down to today. The cool thing about it is the message has never changed. His message has never changed. There's a lot in there that is spiritual, of the whole from the Holy Spirit. There is a lot of it that's from the Holy Spirit. But it's one of those things that, man, you could go so far. Oh my gosh, you could go so far. Oh, hey, I just lost his. I just lost the stream. It finally died. I don't know what happened there. Well, of course they did. Tornadoes always, tornadoes been, they're nothing new. You just, ask the Native Americans what they do in a tornado. I got a very good friend of mine, he's a brother to me. I told him we were storm chasers. He goes, "What are you, nuts? We run from them." It's like, yeah, come on. There are, the thing is there are a lot of hidden truths. And until you're ready to understand them and open up, you'll never get them. And that's, that's just the way it's written that way. It's written that way on purpose because it's not for everybody. Not everybody gets it. Do I got it? I only got what I got. I don't know everything there is to know about God. I certainly don't know all there is to know about Jesus. I know what I know because what I've experienced through him. But anyway, that's a whole nother stream right there. Look, that is a whole another ball of wax. I just like to throw that little nugget out there because it's kind of a cliffhanger, maybe for another stream sometime. But I hope everybody's enjoyed it tonight. I have truly been blessed. I needed this, guys. I'm sure they would. I needed this. I have been contemplating trying to figure out how I was just gonna do it and incorporate it because a lot of things. Even though now when I'm chasing, yeah, you'll very rarely hear me. I get excited. I cuss. I'm human. Always got to remember that. But for the sake of the stream, it's always better to not talk about politics. It's always better not to talk about religion or your faith and whatever. Although I'm not going to discourage it. But during a fireside chat, hey, gloves are off. You're talking to me now. I'm okay with it. How is the Silver Eagle is actually doing pretty good. Doing real well. Doing real well. Blue Thunder made it through the trip all right. Yep. Yeah, I don't know how strong my faith is, but I just know what I know, and what I know is people can't take it away from me. You cannot tell me otherwise. I have witnessed way too much. I have seen too much. You know, it's all about relationship. Also, throwing it out. It's all about relationship. Oh God, I'm getting tired. Oh shoot! I don't even know how long we've been doing it. How long we been doing this? We've been doing this since 4 hours. How long have we been doing this? Eh, all right, fine. Why are you not? I don't know. I can't tell how long we've been doing it. Huh. Yeah, it's getting close. It's getting close. Alrighty, Earth and Hydro Gardening. You get some good rest. Good night now. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate your support, popping in, saying hey, and chatting with us. Over four. I've been on here 4 hours. Holy Christ. Holy crap. There's a ET and a cat in the fire. There is? I don't see it. Okay. Way to go, everybody. 29 likes. We got 29 likes. Sweet. Yeah, I think we're gonna end it. I pretty much said all I need to say, or that I can say. My throat's really starting to get stretchy. Appreciate everybody being here. Thank you, Marcy, for showing up. Thank you to my mods for showing up. And even though you didn't get to go to work tonight, it was great fun. Great having everybody in here. Maybe we can get this thing to grow, and we talk a little bit more and learn a little bit, and learn a little bit about life, and who knows, might make us better people. Who knows? And it's okay if you're Catholic. It's okay if you don't believe in God. It's okay if you just are a tree hugger. I don't care. Um, I do draw the line sometimes. Um, I have my thoughts and I keep them to myself. But on this, yeah, it's pretty much okay. As long as you don't come in here trying to uh, tell people they're going to hell or something because they don't believe it. No, that'll get you kicked out of here real quick. Um, you know, we're here to agree to disagree, talk about things, and talk about whatever you want. We're here to help each other, uh, be a voice, be a safe place for people to just come and hang out. That's what it's about. Um, Helps the stream stay alive, if you will, when we're not being able to chase. So it's all good. Yep. Don't forget to gain up if you're the last person. That was pretty timely, wasn't it? Not every stream is going to be this way. This is something I had to get out there. We just got a lot going on here. Need your prayers, guys. Those that believe, I need your prayers. I'm not going to go into detail, but we need your prayers. Got a lot of stuff going on here at the house. So, yeah. See, by lifting each other up, it makes a stronger community. It makes it more real. And the more you get in, the word gets out. Oh, here we go. You know, I invited some people I'm in a Christian, so-called Christian chat group on Twitter, and I'm not sure any of them showed up. Nah, not to their discredit, they might have been busy. I don't know, but you never know until you try. And there's not many of us out there that are willing to jump out. I don't think anymore. They've been hushed too much lately, and I think it's time that those that know wake up and shout from the rooftop. All right, guys. I'm going to leave it at that. You guys have a great night. Probably seeing a bunch of streams this weekend. Y'all be safe. Stay out of trouble or in trouble if that's what you want. Good night, everybody. Have a great night. God bless.